Chapter 331. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The factor that determined the outcome of a war was not only the military strength of the two parties, but also the battle of information between the two parties. Why were strategists so highly regarded in ancient times? That was the key. Those who were good at strategizing could accurately predict the enemy's mind, grasp the initiative, and determine victory from 1,000 miles away, even with scant information. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, these people not only had abnormally intelligent brains, but their analysis and deduction of the surrounding situation were also impressive. Others had only just seen the beginning, but their brains had already deduced the ending. That was the difference between ordinary people and strategists. But what if there was detailed, accurate, and real-time information? Even ordinary people could see some clues, and strategists were like tigers that had grown wings. Therefore, if Jiang Pingji wanted to use Chongzhou as a foundation and then plot to conquer the northern borderline, she had to understand all aspects of the northern borderline in detail. I will personally write a letter to my father and ask him to send people to collect information about the northern borderline in advance. Jiang Pingji said, the royal family of the northern borderline and Dongqing have been united by marriage for almost 3 years. It's long past the honeymoon period. Next, it's time to reveal the true intentions. The princess of the northern borderline, Yaina, married into the royal family of Dongqing. She did not have any good intentions. Jiang Pingji was a witness to how she fooled around with the fourth prince, Wuma Jun, under the rockery before marriage. If she sincerely wanted to unite by marriage and ease the relationship between the two countries, would she have cheated on her future brother-in-law? She married the second prince and became his princess consort. She had stirred up a lot of trouble over the years. It was a pity that the residence of the Count of Jinbei became the biggest cannon fodder. Princess Yaina was indeed the pearl of the 3 tribes of the northern borderline. She was quite intelligent. After becoming the daughter-in-law of the royal family, she quickly grasped the position of the second prince, whose mother's family did not have a high status. She coaxed him into submission and turned him into her mouthpiece in the Dongqing court. When Nanqing borrowed troops from Dongqing to repel the enemy, the second prince followed Princess Yaina's plan and recommended the residence of the Count of Jinbei. Their reasons were also very legitimate and even irrefutable. The descendants of the Count of Jinbei were good at war, and the old duke was a general who had never lost a battle. If they sent the elite troops of the Count of Jinbei to help Nanqing repel the enemy, not only could it show Dongqing's sincerity towards Nanqing, but it could also promote the might of Dongqing in front of other countries. There was nothing wrong with recommending the residence of the Count of Jinbei. The problem was that the person who prepared the supplies was the second prince, and the military supervisor was a eunuch who had a deep grudge against the Count of Jinbei. The soldiers were fighting at the front lines, but the rations at the rear could not be supplied. The reinforcements who were supposed to cooperate with the operation were always late, the injured soldiers did not receive the care they deserved, and there was often a shortage of rations and horses. The elites of the residents of Northern Marquis were tormented by such a sinister little trick, causing them to be extremely exhausted. In the last battle, the military intelligence was delayed, and 7 or 8 out of 10 elites were lost. The Count of Jinbei, who had suffered a great loss, was not only reprimanded, but also demoted and stripped of the commander's seal. Without the elite troops to rely on, and the commander's seal that even the officials were afraid of was taken away, the current residence of the Count of Jinbei was already at the edge of a cliff, in imminent danger. Although it would fall at any time, it would be smashed to pieces. If it weren't for the fact that the officials were afraid of their reputation, the residence of Count Jinbei would have completely disappeared from Dongqing. From this point of view, it seemed that Princess Yaina had done nothing, but Jiang Pingji did not underestimate her. The princess's contribution to the current situation in Dongqing's court was indispensable. Su Ke furrowed his brows, leaving a few shallow wrinkles. The real intention is revealed. Jiang Pingji smiled coldly. Isn't it? Most of the elites of the Count of Zhenbei have died in the battlefield of Nanxing, which is equivalent to cutting off 30 to 40% of Dongqing's military strength. The remaining military strength is concentrated in the hands of the officials, the Meng family of Zhangzhou, and Prince Changshu. The three of them are not of one mind. Lang Jun is right. Lao Ai has misunderstood. Su Ke sighed and raised his hand to rub his forehead. He followed Jiang Pingji's train of thought and analyzed. There are many internal conflicts in Dongqing. If there is a scuffle, the three tribes of the northern borderline can reap the benefits. At the same time, there is the threat from the south. Back then, the four countries rushed to Nanqing's aid. The four factions of Nanman took the opportunity to negotiate for peace and won 2 to 3 years of recuperation. Now that they have recovered, Nanqing ceded land to seek peace and lost a large piece of land. They have yet to catch their breath. How can they withstand the strong invasion of the four factions of Nanman? The four factions of Nanman had enough recuperation. Now that they had a strong army and strong horses, Nanqing was still struggling at death's door. The destruction of the country was close at hand. If Nanqing fell, Dongqing would definitely face a pincer attack from the three tribes of the northern borderline and the four factions of Nanman. There were many external threats and endless internal troubles. With such a situation, anyone could imagine that Dongqing would be the next Nanqing. It was a dead end with almost no solution, but Jiang Pingji wanted to find a way out of it. This is our chance, Xiaoyu, Jiang Pingji said calmly. Success or failure depends on this. Who said that the three tribes of the northern borderline would reap the benefits in the end? To open up the situation, the only way was to destroy the three tribes of the northern borderline. This was the only way out. It had to be said that this idea was extremely bold, but since Jiang Pingji said it, she naturally had the confidence to accomplish it. The hinterland of Dongqing was mostly flat and suitable for cavalry battles. Overall, it was easy to attack and hard to defend. The three tribes of the northern borderline had many horse farms and cavalry. Once Changshu fell, the cavalry of the three tribes of the northern borderline would rush into Dongqing. Based on the current situation, Dongqing would have almost no power to resist. If Jiang Pingji wanted to conquer the world, the three tribes of the northern borderline would be the best springboard. Conquer the northern borderline, destroy Dongqing, resist Nanman, and even destroy Nanman, then contend with the other three countries. To achieve this goal, she still needed an extremely important chess piece. This chess piece must have the ability to help her restrain the nail that the three tribes of the northern borderline had planted in Dongqing, Princess and Yaina. Everything is ready. The only thing left is the wedding of the fourth prince, Wuma Jun. Jiang Pingji smiled mysteriously, but Su Ke did not understand. What did this have to do with the wedding of the fourth prince, Wuma Jun? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Pingji's eyes turned cold, causing him to subconsciously swallow the words in his throat. After a while, footsteps were heard from outside. Lang Jun, everything is ready. Takshu's gentle voice came from outside the door. Su Ke silently raised his eyebrows at Jiang Pingji and gave her a look. His Lang Jun was really amazing. The footsteps were so far away, but she could actually hear them. Yes, I'm tired. Go and prepare some hot soup and clean clothes. I want to take a bath later. Takshu bowed and said meekly, yes. Jiang Pingji's eyes darkened. She stood up and took a box from the shelf in the study. Let's stop here. Next, it's time for private matters. Jiang Pingji pushed the box in front of Su Ke and gestured for him to open it. Su Ke opened it according to her instructions. There was no gold, silver, or jewelry in it. There was nothing valuable either. There were only 2 dark yellow bamboo slips. Chapter 332. Suko took it out with trembling hands. There seemed to be an undercurrent under his calm expression. He almost couldn't hold back the trembling in his heart. His eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Pingji said lightly, "This is the contract between you and Xuanmei. Take it as a wedding gift." According to the rules of the ancient times, the children of slaves were still slaves. They were born as slaves and were even worse than ordinary people. Jiang Pingji didn't need to use the contract to control them. Their existence would also become their weakness. It was better to take the opportunity to solve it. Return the contract, get rid of the slave status, and be considered good people from now on. I have never regarded you as a servant of the Liu family. This can be seen from the fact that I allowed you to call yourself Ku instead of slave all these years. Xuanmei is my personal maid, but I've always treated her like my own sister. We're not family, but we're closer than family. Su Ku, I will be happy to see you marry her. However, if you become successful in the future, don't forget the relationship between you and her when you were young. Su Ku calmed himself down and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He bowed deeply to thank her. I will not forget today's promise. Jiang Pingji had warned him several times. How could Su Ku not understand her attitude of protecting Xuanmei? With this guarantee, Jiang Pingji reluctantly chose to believe him. However, the audience in the streaming room was worried. Liu Siji Lianming, #rubface. I feel that Su Ku has set up a big flag. Yinuajia Zhuge Qinmo, I hope it won't be a slap in the face, but it's a bit dirty. Matrimonial consulting lawyer, sigh. To be honest, based on my personal work experience, I don't think they will succeed. If Su Ku was placed in the modern world, he would be a future rich and handsome man with IQ, looks, and the ability to work. Xuanmei was an ordinary girl with looks but average other conditions. Although they were a good match, their potential was different. Their social status in the future would also be different. Boji and Broom, it can't be that different. Xuanmei's backer is the streamer. Su Ku dares to do this. Liu Siji Lianming, the streamer's temper is right. She is protective, but she has her principles. If Sun Mei was self-reliant, the host would definitely be happy to help her. But Sun Mei looked like a conservative ancient woman who was docile and obedient. If Su Ku really let her down in the future, she would probably choose to endure it instead of exploding. Not to mention, it wouldn't be considered as letting her down. After all, in the ancient era, one man had many concubines, and it was legal to have concubines. Jiang Pingji did not miss out on these comments. After a long time, she posted a bullet screen. Host V, I trust Xuanmei and Su Ku. As for their marriage, it was better to give their blessings first. That's right. Only then did the live stream viewers react. She hadn't even gotten married yet, and they were already saying bad things here. This wasn't a good sign. As a result, the screen in the live broadcast room exploded, and all kinds of large rewards fell from the sky. Small rewards like lollipops, lovers' hearts, and blue and white bounties were basically bundled together. Jiang Pingji took a peek at the backstage and saw the notification of rewards appearing like flowing water. Viewer, Inhumane Tycoon, rewarded 99 groups of 1314 lollipops. Viewer, Don't Lack Money, rewarded 666 groups of 520 lovers' hearts. Viewer, Love Su Ku the most, rewarded 1314 blue and white bounties. Further down, there were dazzling blue enchantresses, kidney apples, and other reward props. Apart from these small rewards, the large rewards came in one after another, almost drowning the backstage of the live stream. Viewer, Doryman, rewarded 99 groups of a pair for a lifetime, wishing Su Ku a happy wedding. Viewer, Shirley Hongzhuang, rewarded 99 luxurious private yachts, wishing Su Ku and his wife a happy marriage. Viewer, Liu Siji Lianming, rewarded 99 luxurious private jets, wishing Su Ku and his wife a happy birth. A pair for a lifetime, luxurious private yachts, and luxurious private jets were all reward props of the Livestream system. The former was worth 999 popularity points, and the latter two were worth 1,000 popularity points. What did it mean to reward 99 groups of such valuable reward props in one go? Jiang Pingji secretly rolled her eyes. These people usually kept a low profile, but when it was time to join in the fun, they competed with each other. This wave of rewards lasted for a full half an hour. Jiang Pingji counted the points of popularity earned from rewards alone, which was close to 2.6 million. After splitting the points with the system, Zhou the exploiter, Jiang Pingji had almost won 29 million points of popularity in her account. Looking at the points backstage, Jiang Pingji secretly raised her eyebrows. Just as the system said, the more viewers there were in the live stream, the easier it was to obtain popularity points. However, how long could the popularity points the system obtained last time be enough to support its activities? The live stream was already at level 4, which meant that the system needed more popularity points to maintain its daily operation. In the past few years, she had figured out the system's appetite, and controlling it was getting easier and easier. It was just a bunch of copied data. How could it escape her grasp? Host V, you're so generous. Is this considered generous? The audience in the live stream snorted. The streamer had never seen the world. There were many rich people in other live streams, and their actions were considered generous. They rewarded without saying a word. If Jiang Pingji was willing to act cute and call them brothers and uncles, the rewards would be even more. Even if she did not sell her body, there would be many rich people fighting to spend money on her. This was called a child who cried and screamed would get milk. The streamer never cried or made a fuss. She was a clear stream in the live stream world. Host V, it seems that I have to urge Xuanmei and Su Ku to finish their business as soon as possible so that they can have a baby. The audience, they were stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Pingji was referring to. Very quickly, they realized that the unscrupulous streamer was already thinking about the money for the baby's milk powder and the baby's birthday party. No. They seemed to have forgotten something. Could Su Ku and Xuanmei receive the gift of the props rewarded to the streamer? The answer was definitely no. Jiang Pingji would not exchange the popularity points for real money because the system did not support it. However, as the head of the family, Jiang Pingji would naturally prepare a generous dowry for Xuanmei so that she could have a grand wedding. As for Su Ku, she would first give him a few years' salary in advance and organize a grand wedding. Compared to the complicated weddings of rich and powerful families, the weddings of ordinary people were much simpler. Su Ku and Xuanmei's marriage was approved by the head of the family. Next, they could enter the main topic. However, Su Ku was a scholar and valued etiquette very much. Since it was a legal marriage, even if everything was simple, the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes could not be omitted. This matter was handed over to Su Ku's only elder, his widowed aunt, to handle. Xuanmei had stayed in Hejian to take care of Su Ku's aunt for many years. She had long regarded her as her own daughter, so she naturally paid attention to this matter. Jiang Pingji turned off the live stream and took a bath to her heart's content. Just as she put on her pajamas, the footsteps of a maid came from outside. Lang Jun, the dowry that Chongzhou prepared is here. Jiang Pingji smiled after hearing that. Chapter 333. A low-key and simple carriage stopped at the corner gate of the Lu residence. Lady Hui, we've arrived at the Lu residence. The servant girl's gentle voice came from outside the carriage, pulling Hui Jun back from her daydream. She pursed her lips and hid the excess expression on her face. She revealed the perfect smile that she had trained for years and got off the carriage. In front of her was a completely unfamiliar mansion. If it had been a few years ago, she would still have been a lowly prostitute who could be humiliated by anyone. She could have any man for a copper coin. She would have been chased away and insulted by the servants if she had even gone a little closer, not to mention entering such a luxurious mansion. "Lady Hui," the servant girl called out. "I'm fine. I'm just overjoyed at the thought of seeing Lang Jun soon." The current Hui Jun smiled shyly. She pressed down the heavy curtain and covered her entire face. Then she handed her hand to the servant girl and let her enter the corner gate. She knew that she was the dowry of the daughter of a concubine in the Lu residence, but she only looked at the energy and investment that the Lu residence had invested in her over the years. Her food, clothing, and shelter were all luxurious. Someone even personally taught her how to read and write, taught her how to evaluate paintings and poems, and told her the rules and taboos among the aristocratic families. Therefore, she did not think that she would only be a dowry who helped others win the favor of her husband. She kept a low profile all the way to a courtyard. Hui Jun saw the second legitimate son of the Lu residence, whom she had met a few years ago. Jiang Pingji was also stunned when she saw Hui Jun. Even she did not expect that Akeo, who had been carefully raised for a few years, would grow into such a peerless beauty. Her hair was as black as ink, her eyebrows were lightly swept, and the jade hairpin in her hair swayed rhythmically. She was beautiful. It seemed that even such boring swaying had become meaningful. She walked with a myriad of postures. Her graceful and graceful appearance was like a green willow that had just sprouted in the warm spring. It was unforgettable. She was no longer thin, pitiful, humble, and cowardly. Instead, she was gentle, tranquil, and elegant. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. This saying is true. Jiang Pingji looked at Hui Jun with a gaze that admired a beauty. She was indeed a rare beauty. She was not beautiful enough to captivate birds and beasts, but she could still topple a city. Hui Jun tried her best to stop her spine and used everything she had learned over the years. Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was pounding like thunder. Her palms were sweaty and her back was stuffy. Her breathing quickened. It was as if the air had become thin when she saw Jiang Pingji for the first time. Hui Jun leisurely sat down and revealed her most perfect smile. She bowed in a textbook manner. "Servant Hui Jun greets Lang Jun. Don't be so nervous." Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily. Hui Jun's demeanor made her feel like she was the dean, while Hui Jun was a nervous student waiting to be inspected. "You've done very well all these years. The promise I made to you all those years ago still stands." Hui Jun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did she realize that her back was drenched in sweat. "Since that's the case, can Lang Jun tell Hui Jun what you want me to do?" She looked at Jiang Pingji with her clear eyes. Even though the years had worn away the timidity in her bones, she always felt ashamed of her inferiority in front of Jiang Pingji. She wished she could bury herself in the ground so that Jiang Pingji would never see her again. Jiang Pingji tapped on the table. The sound was especially obvious in the quiet room. "Will you be the demoness who brings disaster to the country?" The demoness who brings disaster to the country. Hui Jun was stunned. Before coming to the Lu residence, countless thoughts had popped up in her mind. But no matter how she guessed, she could not even get close to the truth. Hui Jun smiled bitterly. "All the women in the world, even if I'm as impure as I am, will not voluntarily admit that my appearance is inferior to others. However, the demoness who brings disaster to the country. I have some good looks, but I don't have the confidence to compare to the 3,000 beauties in the inner court of the palace." Jiang Pingji nodded. "That's true. Hui Jun was indeed very beautiful, but this kind of beauty belonged to the human world. If one worked hard, one could find a beauty who could compare to her. When Hui Jun heard this, her heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. It hurt faintly. At that moment, she heard Jiang Pingji say, "But I'm asking if you are willing to be the demoness who brings disaster to the country, not anything else." Hui Jun hurriedly replied, "Of course I am willing." Perhaps it was because she had been humiliated since she was young and had tasted sorrow, but Hui Jun had always longed for someone to save her from this sea of suffering. The person in front of her had done it. That year, she had personally killed the ruffians who had bullied her in the mass grave. She had secretly made up her mind. Even if she had to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, she would not hesitate to give her life to the person in front of her if he asked. One had to know how to be satisfied and grateful. Hui Jun had retained this sincere heart. She understood that after leaving the slums, she had stolen every day. How many prostitutes had died miserably? Even on their deathbed, they were barely clothed, and bystanders had to cover their noses when they saw their corpses. She was the only one who had enjoyed so many years of glory and wealth. Perhaps she could go one step further in the future. Why would she not be satisfied? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the youth in front of her say to her, "If that's the case, I'll give you some good fortune." Hui Jun lowered her head and bowed. Jiang Pingji was speechless again. It's not that easy to be the demoness who brings disaster to the country. You might even face the situation of being reviled by the people of the world, so consider carefully. Hui Jun shook her head and said, "Lang Juan's words are wrong. So what if I'm the demoness who brings disaster to the country? Isn't that the noblest woman in the world? Everything in the world is at your fingertips. You can live freely and not be trampled on and humiliated by others. You can even make those who were once high and mighty bow or even break their backs. How is that not good? As for what happens to one's reputation after death, one is already dead. Who cares about what happens after death? So what if the people of the world reviled her?" Throughout history, although no femme fatale could end well, no one had the ability to teach them a lesson. No matter how they died, they enjoyed glory and wealth while they were alive. Jiang Pingji choked on Hui Jun's words. She did not expect Hui Jun to think that way. It's naturally the best that you can think that way. Jiang Pingji raised her hand and pointed at the medicine on the table that was still steaming. "Drink it." Hui Jun got up and took 2 small steps. Without asking what the medicine was, she raised her hand and picked up the bowl of black, bitter, and unpleasant medicine. She tilted her slender and fair neck and gulped it down. Jiang Pingji passed her the candied fruit. She accepted it readily and silently kept it in her mouth. When the bitter taste in her mouth was suppressed, she spoke timidly. "Your servant has a wish. Can you fulfill it?" Thinking of her own request, she felt that her tongue was about to be tied. "Sure." Jiang Pingji nodded and agreed. "Lang Jun, can you hug me?" She blurted out. Her heart was faintly filled with hope and apprehension. Jiang Pingji looked into Hui Jun's eyes and suddenly understood. She opened her arms slightly. Chapter 334. Jiang Pingji maintained her posture and patted her back until the breath in her arms gradually calmed down. The medicine that Hui Jun had just drunk was not poison, but a bowl of thick sleeping medicine. Silly girl. She sighed softly and put one hand under Hui Jun's armpit and the other under her legs. She lifted her up easily. "Takshu, no one is allowed to come near the courtyard without my orders." Takshu secretly glanced at the sleeping Hui Jun. Her expression froze for a moment, then disappeared as if it had never appeared. "Your servant understands." She bowed and retreated, gently closing the door of the bedroom. Jiang Pingji turned around and walked into the bedroom. She lifted the thin blanket on the bed and placed the sleeping Huijun on it. With a thought, the back end of the system opened the package. There were a few strange cards that shone brightly in color. The system felt vaguely uneasy, but it could not stop Jiang Pingji at all. It could only test her nervously. It deliberately said in a relaxed tone, "Host, what are you doing?" Jiang Pingji did not even frown this time. She just took out all the cards stored in the package and placed them on the table according to the order in which they were obtained. Her slender fingers brushed across the surface of each card, and her eyes revealed a dangerous message. She picked up a card, and the golden words of introduction appeared automatically. XX Masterpiece, Winding Corridor of 9 Turns. Wonderful and unpredictable. You deserve it. No man will be able to live without your charm. Men will be intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. You will truly have a harem of 3,000 beauties and 3,000 adoration. From then on, the king will not attend morning court. Jiang Pingji glanced at it with a face full of disdain, but she still picked it out. Easy Pregnancy Pill, the new voice of a young phoenix, Lin Ji shows auspiciousness. Once chosen by the king's side, 3,000 adoration will gather, but flowers will not bloom for 100 days. One can only sigh that beauties age quickly, and men's hearts are fickle. If you have a son by your side, you will definitely stand at the top of the harem and laugh at the flowers competing for beauty. This card was not very useful at the moment. After Jiang Pingji thought about it, she put it away and picked up the third card. Full breasts, wrists raised high, body turned, and breasts covered with silk clothes. A full cleavage is one of a woman's most powerful weapons. Having an impressive chest is undoubtedly a powerful bargaining chip. Other people conquer the world, you conquer the man who can conquer the world. The fourth card. Willow's slender waist, slender and enchanting. A waist that can't even be grasped is every woman's dream. P.S. When this card is used together with full breasts, it will have a miraculous effect and bring men of visual impact. The fourth card had appeared twice. The first time was when the system gave out the reward for the mission, saving Meng Liang. But Jiang Pingji didn't care about the system at that time, so she killed Meng Liang and failed the mission. Later, in the semi-interactive live-stream mode, Jiang Pingji started the live-stream mission. After completing the mission, she drew a card from the silver chest. The system lived up to its reputation as a harem drama streaming system. It understood the essence of the appearance association, and most of the rewards it gave were to improve one's appearance. Apart from that, there were also quite a number of limb correction devices, such as this one. Straight jade legs, long and slender, perfect and flawless. Another example, snow-white wrist, slender like a willow, elegant and alluring. Not only did it improve one's appearance, but it also enhanced one's temperament and charm. Cold and aloof, seductive to the bone. After using it, one will have the cold and elegant temperament and natural charm of the goddess of the ninth heaven. Jiang Pingji was also confused by the description of the card. Was her language bad or was the system contradicting itself? Actually, that was what the system wanted to express, a cold and aloof fairy in front of others, but a slutty woman in bed? But that was not the main point. Jiang Pingji had always thought that it was the most shameless of all the cards. Eternal Virgin, use this card and you will have the firmness of a virgin. When used together with XX Masterpiece, both of them will have a qualitative improvement, allowing a man to enjoy eternal happiness. The Emperor loves color. A moment of freshness won't make him linger on you. Only by being fresh all the time can his heart and body be attached to you, so that the Emperor's favor in the harem will never fade. Other than that, there were other cards with different functions. For example, she had delicate snow-white skin, silky black hair, light pink fingernails, cherry blossom-colored lips, mesmerizing eyes, long and thick eyelashes like a small fan, slender and sensitive neck. Jiang Pingji did not slack off in the past few years. She did live streaming when she needed to, and she did it in whatever mode she needed to. With such diligent work, she gradually accumulated a large pile of cards over the years. At the beginning, the rewards given by the system were more expensive. As time went on, the cards that were drawn became more and more ordinary. Basically, they only modified and optimized parts of the body, while some increased some charm. Jiang Pingji did not expose the system and pretended that she did not know. System, you're so smart. Why can't you guess what I'm going to do? Jiang Pingji sneered coldly and mocked. We've been tied together for almost 4 years. Don't you know me well enough after such a long time? Do you think I'll use these cards on myself? Of course, I'm not taking them out to admire the contents. Guess what I'm going to do? System, it did not dare to guess. Jiang Pingji said, I remember I asked you before. These cards do not take effect instantly. No matter how powerful the system was, it could not complete plastic surgery for someone in an instant. According to Jiang Pingji's knowledge, the effects of all cards were slowly modified based on the user's foundation. The length of the modification depended on the final effect. For example, temperament modification, most of them only required 1 or 2 days. Others required 10 days to half a month. The system did not want to say anything, but Jiang Pingji's actions made it anxious. Host, using items produced by the system on someone other than the host is against the relevant regulations of the system. Jiang Pingji sneered coldly and threw out a card. The system looked at it and was suddenly speechless. The content of the card was a little ridiculous. Yang Baoxiang, natural body fragrance. When a man smells it, his sexual desire will increase greatly. It can increase the pleasure of a couple's bedroom and make a man not impotent for a long time. The card used a woman's body as a carrier, but the one who benefited in the end was the man. Strictly speaking, it was considered to be used by someone other than the host. Jiang Pingji carefully studied the original contract. There was no such clause. The system's words could deceive unfamiliar people, but to deceive her. Ha! The system tolerated it and finally chose to curl up. It was powerless to stop Jiang Pingji's actions. Chapter 335. Huijuan's face quickly turned red. She furrowed her brows as if she was enduring great pain. She grabbed Jiang Pingji's sleeves with both hands and curled up her body like a prawn. Her skin was covered with a thin layer of sweat. She looked very helpless and pitiful. One could not help but feel pity for her. Jiang Pingji blinked her eyes. Her mind, which had yet to waver, calmed down again. The system said, Host, you're digging your own grave. You've seen her at her worst. Aren't you afraid that she'll harm you once she gains power? You have to know that some people in this world deserve to be trusted, and some don't. Jiang Pingji curled her lips and said firmly, It's obvious that Huijun has the right to be trusted by me. I won't doubt someone I trust, unless she betrays me. It was not an easy task to plot against Jiang Pingji. You saying such naive words only proves that you don't understand people's hearts well enough. The system said coldly, Human nature is very complicated. The person in front of you is obviously not someone of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Host, you did pull her out from the lowest point of her life. She will indeed be grateful to you and want to repay you with her body. But once she gets to a higher place, this experience will be a dark history that she needs to erase. Jiang Pingji laughed mockingly. You're a system, and you want to teach me what human nature is. The system choked hard at her words. If it had an expression, its face would be as black as ink and as gloomy as water. After a while, the system spoke in a strange tone. Actually, host, you shouldn't have satisfied her request just now. She already knows your gender. Jiang Pingji asked, why? The system said, according to the analysis of the system's data, this woman adores you and admires you. If you didn't expose your gender, she would still be immersed in it. Many facts have proven that women who have a place to return to are far easier to control than women who have no attachments. If she really falls in love with you, she'll work for you for free. Aren't you afraid that she'll turn evil and take the opportunity to stab you? This time, Jiang Pingji laughed. She thought she was shameless enough, but she didn't expect the system's true colors to be so hateful. I think you seem to have misunderstood. Jiang Pingji shook her finger and said seriously, first of all, it's a fair deal between me and Hui Jun. I'll give her glory and wealth and help her pave the way to the top. In return, she'll work for me and help me achieve my goals. It's only fair. If he used fake feelings to deceive and restrain her, it would be considered as emotional fraud. In my opinion, this is a method that only scum would choose. The system said that Hui Jun was in love with her, and Jiang Pingji could tell. It was precisely because of this that she agreed to Hui Jun's request in order to sever her thoughts. It would have been fine if he didn't know about it. However, he clearly knew that Hui Jun was interested in him, yet he pretended not to know about it. He allowed the other party to carry the misunderstanding and become the bride of the Lu residence's younger sister's concubine. According to the plan, he would walk the path of a demoness who brings disaster to the country. If he wasn't scum, then what was he? Jiang Pingji didn't have any moral values, but she couldn't bring herself to bully the feelings of the weak. On the other hand, the system that made such a suggestion, that's all you've got. There was nothing to fear. Hui Jun slept soundly for the entire night, almost dreamless until daybreak. Ever since she could remember, she didn't know that she could sleep so peacefully and so relaxed. She got up in a daze, and the unfamiliar blanket covering her slid down as she moved. She couldn't help but be startled. Looking around, she realized that the furnishings were very clean and neat, and there was a faint fragrance of incense in the air. It didn't look like a lady's boudoir at all. Are you awake, miss? An unfamiliar female voice came from outside the room. Hui Jun pursed her lips and said cautiously, yes. She had already guessed who the room belonged to. Takshu pushed the door open, and a few maids followed behind her. They carried copper basins, towels, and other things, and silently helped Hui Jun wash up. Miss, you're really pretty. One of the maids was stunned and couldn't help but murmur. There was a hint of infatuation in her eyes. Hui Jun frowned, feeling puzzled. She knew that she was pretty, but it shouldn't be to the extent that the servants of the Lu residence would be so dazed, right? Looking at the lady in the mirror, Hui Jun's eyes were filled with hesitation. Her face was still the same, and her facial features were still the same, but for some reason, there was something more than the day before that made her even more bewitching. After washing up, Hui Jun secretly calculated in her heart, feeling a little apprehensive. Your servant offended you yesterday, Lang Jun. Please forgive me. When Hui Jun appeared on the screen of the streaming room, Jiang Pingji seemed to hear countless howls of wolves. She smiled. She wasn't attracted by that bewitching aura, and her eyes were still clear. You're not guilty, so why do you need to forgive me? Do you want to sit down and eat with me? Your servant will boldly accept your invitation. In ancient times, there were very few varieties of breakfast. Even the gentry only ate a little more meticulously. However, the audience in the streaming room expressed that even if they had watched it for a few years, they still wouldn't get tired of it. Moreover, there was a classical beauty today. She was a feast for the eyes, and they could eat a few more meat buns just by looking at her. The two of them finished their breakfast in silence, and Jiang Pingji dismissed the other servants. Do you know what to do in the future? Hui Jun thought about it and said, help the second Nyangzi gain favor and fight for the fourth prince's favor. After all, she was a bride accompanying the bride. Apart from that, she really didn't know what else she could do. However, if that was all, it wouldn't explain the amount of effort the Lus had invested in her. No, in fact, this has nothing to do with my sister, Jiang Pingji said calmly. Nothing to do with it. Hui Jun heard that and her heart skipped a beat. She vaguely understood something. She didn't know about the fight for the throne, and she didn't know which prince was more likely to ascend to the throne in the future. However, since she was going to be a beauty who brought disaster to the country, she would naturally be by the emperor's side and attract all of his attention. She wanted him to be infatuated with her, to the point where he would disregard the laws of the country. The Lus had arranged for her to be a bride accompanying the bride. It was probably not to invest in the fourth prince. Your servant heard that the emperor is in good health. She probed. The emperor was in good health, which meant that the emperor had many more years to live. It wouldn't be the time for the princes to covet the throne. If she guessed correctly, she wanted her to seduce the fourth prince and use Wuma Jun to go to the emperor's side. Huijuan's eyes flashed and her expression changed slightly. Jiang Pingji knew that she had guessed the truth. She nodded slowly. Your servant understands. She took a deep breath and showed the expression of a brave man who had made a decision. The princess of the second prince is the princess of the northern borderline. Her name is Enyina. She's about the same age as you, but she's very scheming. Jiang Pingji deliberately mentioned it, and Hui Jun understood. Your servant will deal with this person cautiously. Jiang Pingji said, don't be afraid. You just need to enjoy your life. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. Your servant isn't afraid. It's worth it to enjoy one more day. Chapter 336. Protect her. At a time when she had become the real demoness who brings calamity to the nation, when everyone in the world wished to eat her blood and eat her flesh. Hui Jun didn't say a word. Her watery eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Hui Jun wasn't willing to believe such a beautiful promise, but her heart betrayed her rationality in an instant. Jiang Pingji added, as I said, this is a fair deal. I'm investing in you, expending my energy to let you enjoy all the riches and wealth in the world. You'll help me achieve my goal. After this is done, I naturally have the responsibility to ensure your safety. Because of Jiang Pingji's promise, the bullet screen in the streaming room changed its style. Previously, they had been sucking up to Huijuan's peerless beauty, but now they were cheering Jiang Pingji on. Zwizen Beishijing, Su 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 Crispy Heavens. Streamer, do you still need someone in your harem? Someone who went to college and knows how to code. Wai Dashin Yunji, the streamer is really amazing. She's so broad-minded. I feel like I'm about to be conquered by her even through the screen. Suiwa Zaiji Lusher, #facepalm. I think so too. The host was clearly not flirting with him, but he felt like he had been flirted with. Linglong Mibao, although I think that the streamer is just fulfilling the terms of the transaction contract, it's really good. Dora aiming, sigh, since ancient times, there have been many people who used women to mess up the imperial court and then burned the bridge after achieving their goals. They should all learn from the streamer. Thinking about how those guys would throw the pot at a femme fatale, I would still choose the streamer. It was a fair transaction, ensuring the interests of both parties and abiding by the terms of the contract. It felt so refreshing. Of course, among the 150,000 viewers, there were bound to be some who disliked Jiang Pingji. Wu Qingxian, #picknose. Promises that aren't fulfilled are just bullsh*. Who knows how she'll burn the bridge after crossing it? Ishuang Chopsticks, what's Su Exploding Heaven? I feel so embarrassed. I just think it's disgusting and pretentious. Only a fool would believe it. Sans Hisongscheningsher, to the commenters above, just because you can't do it doesn't mean that the host can't do it. Let me return a sentence to you. The host's words are a promise, but is your malicious speculation the truth? His face was as big as a basin. I don't know if the host is Sue or not, but I know that she is very responsible and broad-minded. Of course, a man who dared to point his sword at the throne couldn't even protect a woman. Hui-jun did not know that there was an audience watching the live broadcast, nor did she know about their comments. She was not a fool, but she still chose to believe them. Since you've said so, your servant will wait for Langjuan's arrival at Shangyang Palace. Before that, she wanted to live well and live more freely than anyone else. All right. Jiang Pingji scrutinized Huijuan's appearance. Those cards did not take effect instantly. There was a buffer period in between, and the user's original appearance would gradually change. The first to take effect were the temperament and minor adjustments cards. The current Huijun already possessed a mysterious aura that bewitched people with every move she made. Her eyes also had a deep allure to them. If one was not on guard, it would be very easy to be attracted by her. Cover your face with a veil for the time being. Wait until my stepsister and Wuma Jun. Then, you will look for an opportunity and wait for the right time to act. Hui Jun nodded. Your servant will bear that in mind. As long as she firmly hooked onto Wuma Jun and won his favor, Hui Jun did not believe that she could not find an opportunity to get close to the emperor. Jiang Pingji thought of a certain detail and mentioned it to Hui Jun, lest she break a taboo in the future and be harmed instead. Your appearance is very similar to the white moonlight in the emperor's heart. Use this well. It may become a sharp weapon for you. If you can replace the white moonlight, that would be the best. Jiang Pingji smiled coldly and said to Hui Jun, of course, you don't have to deliberately imitate that person's words and actions. After all, a substitute can never replace the original. Only by becoming another white moonlight, the beloved of the emperor, can you gradually erase everything that the previous person left in the emperor's heart. As for how exactly to do it, you're so smart. You can figure it out yourself. White moonlight. Hui Jun did not understand. She did not understand what the term meant. A sweetheart that one wishes for but cannot get. Or, in other words, one has already obtained but has no choice but to give up for some reason. Huijuan's eyes widened in surprise. In the hearts of the people, the emperor was the most omnipotent person in the world. There was actually a person in this world that the emperor could not obtain. Oh yes, after you enter the palace, remember to secretly investigate the Wang family. The late Wang Guifei was the birth mother of the fourth prince, Wuma Jun. Hui Jun silently remembered all of this. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with doubt. I wonder what kind of temperament the white moonlight in the emperor's heart has. Jiang Pingji thought about it and said, probably the kind of weak woman who can't breathe without a man. Your servant understands. Since the white moonlight was a gentle fairy, Jiang Pingji would take the bold path and be a seductive enchantress. After temporarily settling Huijuan's matter, she rummaged through her little treasury and picked out many good things for Xuanmei's dowry. As she was listing out the items, Takshu, who was outside the house, pushed the door open slightly. She bowed and said, Lang Jun, the second Nyangzi requests to see you. The second Nyangzi. That stepsister. Jiang Pingji frowned. She rummaged through Liu Shi's memory and could only find a vague, young figure. Although they lived in the same house, Liu Shi had almost zero contact with his stepsister. After Jiang Pingji came here, she had never seen her. Later, she went to Langyi to study, so she had never seen the legendary second Nyangzi of the Liu residence. Let her come in. Jiang Pingji tidied up the table. Not long after, light footsteps and the rustling of clothes came from behind the screen. When she saw her stepsister's face, she suddenly smiled. She completely understood Lu Shi's intentions. Why did he insist on marrying her stepsister to Wuma Jun? Have a seat, we're a family, there's no need to be restrained. The second Nyangzi sat down according to her words. She looked at Jiang Pingji for a long time without speaking. Her gaze was timid, as if she had been bullied. The two of them looked at each other. Neither had the intention of taking the initiative to break the silence. In the end, it was the stepsister who could not bear it anymore. She nervously twisted her handkerchief and secretly bit her lower lip. Brother Shi, I'm here today, for a favor. What is it? I'm about to marry into the royal family, but my birth mother still has no status, Jiang Pingji interrupted her and said, and then? Brother Shi, can you write a letter to father? My identity in the residence is rather awkward. If I marry into the royal family, which has strict rules, and someone uses my birth mother's matter to poke my nose, father and brother Shi will lose face, won't they? Jiang Pingji narrowed her eyes and looked at her stepsister. Whether her words were true or false, could not be hidden from Jiang Pingji's eyes. Chapter 337. Her stepsister choked on her words, but she still didn't give up and said, I just want to give my birth mother a title. I have no other intentions. Her father had been away from home for many years and had never been to the backyard. She was depressed and could only rely on her younger sister. Now, little sister was about to marry into the royal family and become someone else's wife. In the future, she would no longer have the opportunity to serve mother. Brother Shi, as children, you and I should understand this worry. Her stepsister spoke very sincerely. Her eyes were faintly filled with tears, which moved the hearts of those who saw it. The audience in the live broadcast room also softened. Tutu Feicho, she's quite a filial girl. I think it's normal for her to help her lowly mother get a status. Noodle House head chef, sigh, he looks so pitiful. Liu Siji Lianming, what a pity. The host was born from his first wife. This concubine-born sister and the host were not born from the same mother. In modern terms, would you want to help a mistress get a proper status just because your half-sister is pitiful? Isn't this a joke? Go to the toilet with fingers. The problem is that ancient times and modern times are different. In ancient times, it was legal for people to have multiple wives, okay? They were not mistresses. It's legal for a man to have more than one wife, not 3 or 4 wives. In addition, I've been following the live broadcast room for several years. My stepsister's birth mother can't even be considered a concubine. How can she have the face to ask for a status? Although it was called filial piety, it was actually more of a threat. Jiang Pingji frowned and glanced at the bullet screen in the streaming room. She sent a bullet screen to quell the debate. Host V, my stepsister is not my biological daughter, she was adopted. She didn't know, but her biological mother definitely knew. Naturally, she wouldn't urge her to ask for a title. This could only be her own idea. If she was really filial, she could have written a letter to her father after she got married. She hadn't even gotten married yet she came to me to tell me about this. In the name of filial piety, it was actually a threat. How could her thoughts be pure? She was Lu Shi's only legitimate son, but she was now 15 years old. In ancient times, she would have been a man who could have married and started a career. What kind of adult son would interfere with the status of his father's concubine? Jiang Pingji looked at him coldly and asked, first of all, you only have one mother, which is your father's legal wife. Secondly, mother had helped father take care of the backyard for many years. Had she ever mistreated anyone? If your words spread out, Are you trying to accuse mother of being unjust, saying that she was harsh and sinister? His sister's face turned pale and she did not dare to speak again. Jiang Pingji took out a booklet from the table and threw it to her. She said, "This is the list of dowry that I prepared for you. It's more than enough. You don't have to be petty with me. You can go and look at the other concubine daughters. Which one of them has such a generous dowry? Marrying the fourth prince was the best marriage that father had planned for you. Mother was afraid that you would feel inferior and think too much, so she opened the treasury to prepare for your marriage." His stepsister's face looked as if it had been painted with several layers of lime water. It was deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with terror as if her thoughts had been seen through. Jiang Pingji squinted her eyes and said in an impolite tone, "Don't think that the manor lacks anything from you. I don't owe you or your birth mother anything. You are going to marry into the royal family and have a meteoric rise, but so what? You said that as a child, I should understand your filial piety, but you are also going to be a wife. Shouldn't you understand the feelings of a legal wife? A mere concubine's daughter is going to marry into a noble family. A large amount of dowry has been set aside for her marriage, and you still have to promote a thorn in your side to disgust yourself. How can mother keep her face?" His stepsister picked up her dowry list. She did not look at the contents listed at the back, but the items at the front were enough to dazzle her. Just as Jiang Pingji had guessed, his stepsister came this time with her own intentions. She reminded Lu Shi and his son not to forget that she was going to join the royal family. She represented the face of the Lu manor, so the dowry list could not be too small. If it was not enough, she should be given a good reputation. Even if she could not be recorded as a legal mother, she should be given the status of a concubine to her birth mother. Jiang Pingji said leisurely, "You are a young lady who is going to get married. Don't meddle in the affairs of father's backyard." After she finished speaking, his stepsister was filled with joy and fear. She casually found an excuse to return to her courtyard. Looking at her stepsister's back as she left, Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows and threw the matter to the back of her mind. In another place, Su Ke's aunt happily chose an auspicious day. The tailor was measuring Su Ke's figure. "Aunt, choose an early date. It's best to get it done within half a month," Su Ke said. His aunt was doubtful. "Half a month? That's too rushed. Xu Mei will be treated unfairly." It took a lot of time to complete the 3 letters and 6 rituals. If they were to prepare for marriage within half a month, it would inevitably be simpler. Su Ke said helplessly, "If we don't get married within half a month, I don't know if there will be a chance in the future." "What do you mean?" His aunt was puzzled. She immediately thought of something. "Is it possible that Xuanmei is unwilling? Or do you want to change your mind?" "No." Su Ke frowned and comforted his aunt. "It's just that the current situation is unforgiving. Lang Jun has great ambitions, so Ke naturally has to follow by his side. This time, Lang Jun will send the second mother of the main family to Shangjing to get married. I'm afraid there will be other variables. If we're unlucky, we won't have peaceful days in the next few years. I'm afraid that Xuanmei will be delayed. So, Ke thinks it's better to get married first." His aunt did not know what the variables were, but she knew that Su Ke would not joke about such things. She was suddenly in a dilemma. Su Ke said in a low voice, "After we get married, I'll compensate her properly." His aunt's face turned cold. She understood that according to Su Ke and Xuanmei's age, they really could not be delayed any longer. After a long time, she said, "Forget it. We're ordinary people. We just want to have a lively and festive event. We can save the unnecessary formalities." Looking at the time, there was a good day in 11 days. If Xuanmei agrees, then it's settled. But you have to compensate her properly in the future. If you mistreat her, I'll be the first to not forgive you. Su-ko nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. I know. Although the wedding was a little rushed, it was not chaotic. On the day the dowry was shown, the generous dowry that Jiang Pingji prepared for Xuanmei made the neighbors jealous. All the neighbors said that Su-ko was very lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. Jiang Pingji even used Su-ko's wedding as a semi-interactive live stream. She explained the wedding process in detail to the live stream audience. On that day, there were especially many live stream audience members who sent gift money. The gifts almost flooded the backstage. 3 days after the wedding, Jiang Pingji did not disturb the two of them and let them continue to be intimate. But time flew. Xuanmei, who was dressed like a married woman, had already prepared the wedding gifts for her newly married husband. The two of them sat on the couch and looked at each other in silence. There was no other newlywed couple like them, who had to be separated after a few days of marriage. After thinking for a while, Xuanmei said, "Be careful when you're outside. I'll take care of everything at home." Su-ko nodded and held her hands with both of his. He said guiltily, "I'm sorry." "That's good. After all, this is my own choice. I'm afraid that in the future, my husband will find out that I'm not what I look like and dislike me." Xuanmei's lips moved. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. After a long time, she actually took the initiative to hug Su-ko's waist. Also, never let Langjun and Taksha be alone. Su-ko was dumbfounded. Chapter 338. Betrayal. Su-ko woke up from his daze. He looked serious and subconsciously held Sunmei's hand. When did this happen? Xuanmei sighed and looked worried. She said in a pleading tone, "It's really inconvenient for me to say more about this matter, but don't worry. Langjun is a clever person. I'm afraid Takshu won't be able to deceive her. I really don't want to talk about the past. But, could Su-ko stop here? Tell me clearly. Tell me what you can." Su-ko sighed. His eyes became especially serious. "Since you and I have become husband and wife, we are naturally one. We share blessings and misfortunes. If this matter is not serious, I will confess to Langjun for you and ask for leniency. If it is serious, I will find a way to bear it for you, but you can't deliberately hide it." Sunmei was speechless. How could she tell him about this? The newlyweds, who were supposed to sleep together and tell each other about their love, looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere became dignified and tense. "Sunmei, you are willing to marry me because you want to find another way out, right?" Suddenly, Su-ko looked at Sunmei with burning eyes. The depth and probing in his eyes seemed to be able to peel off Sunmei and see through her heart. Sunmei's lips moved. Under such a gaze, she couldn't say anything to deceive him. Her slender white hands unconsciously twisted a corner of the quilt. She couldn't help but avoid Su-ko's direct gaze. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, she would want to hide in it to give her some sense of security. Su-ko sighed and said sincerely, "I was born as a commoner. I had no official title or contribution. Later, I committed a murder case because of my mother. I was sent to prison and was punished. Although I was pardoned, I was still a lowly person and was sold. If I wasn't lucky enough to meet Langjun, I don't know what kind of situation I would be in now. At least, I wouldn't have such a happy and peaceful life like now. My aunt could live out her old age, and I had a beautiful wife by my side. Therefore, to me, Langjun is more important than my life." Sunmei's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but clench her fists. "Actually, I used to wonder what kind of luck I had to make you, who was by my Langjun's side, fall in love with me at that time. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a hidden reason. This hidden reason probably involved a lot of things. Xuanmei, since you've married me, you'll be husband and wife in this life. I'll never abandon you. So, no matter what it is, you and I will face it together. When Su Ke went to Shangjing with Jiang Pingji for the first time, Xuanmei expressed her feelings to him, but he did not agree. It was not that he was not moved, but he carefully considered his own conditions and future. He felt that he should not delay such a good woman, so he tactfully declined. But in the next few years, he saw Xuanmei's efforts and remembered it in his heart. His aunt repeatedly told him how filial and obedient Xuanmei was, and how deeply she loved him. Because of all these, even if Su Ke had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but feel pity and admiration for her. Su Ke held Sun Mei's hand and realized that her palms were covered in cold sweat and her fingers were still trembling. I don't know much about this either. After a long time, when the candle in the room was burning quietly, Xuanmei hesitantly opened her mouth. You don't know much. Su Ke was even more confused. Why would I lie to you at this moment? Xuanmei lowered her head. Her long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow. I really don't know much. In fact, I'm not from Dongqing. I'm originally from a small village at the border of Zhongzhou. I still remember that there was a drought in my hometown. There was no harvest for thousands of miles of wilderness. Every family would fight to the death for a bit of tree bark. From Zhongzhou. Su Ke was shocked. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and listened carefully to Xuanmei's story. Later, my father was instigated by someone and actually wanted to sell my mother to a brothel in exchange for some food. I was stubborn at that time and was famous for being shrewd. It was as if my heart was covered with lard. I raised a kitchen knife and chopped the man until he was half dead. Xuanmei's calm narration made Su Ke shocked and distressed. He was afraid that she dared to kill her father, but the reason she did it was because she had no other choice. As for distressed, it was naturally because he felt sorry for the young Xuanmei. I was extremely afraid. Every time I closed my eyes, it was as if there was a malicious spirit surrounding me, wanting to take my life. Killing one's father was an unforgivable crime. Even if her father was not dead, Xuanmei was so afraid that she wanted to escape. However, a large-scale drought and food shortage created a large number of refugees. Xuanmei was still very young at that time and could not protect herself at all. In the end, she was caught by human traffickers and secretly sold to Dongqing, which was adjacent to Zhongzhou. Xuanmei found an opportunity to escape. Hearing that Xuanmei escaped from the hands of human traffickers, Su Ke could not help but think of himself. He was also prepared to escape, but Jiang Pingji intercepted him and his plan went to waste. Later, I became a child beggar. I met an old beggar and learned some stealing skills. I was so hungry that I went to steal. That day, I accidentally stole the jade pendant from the late madam's waist. Speaking of this, Xuanmei couldn't help but burst into a smile. Fortunately, this servant was lucky to meet the late madam, who was kind and generous. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have been beaten to death. The late lady, who was Gu Min, felt that Xuanmei was pitiful. She was also a girl. If she continued to wander the streets, her future would be ruined. She had the body of a beauty. When she grew up, wouldn't the hooligans have designs on Xuanmei? Therefore, Gu Min brought Xuanmei back to the Lu residence and made her a servant in the residence. She guaranteed that she would not be hungry for 3 meals a day. I thought that this would be the end of my life. I would marry a manservant after I reached marriageable age. When I got older, I would become a wet nurse in the residence and serve the young master. Unexpectedly, the late lady's health deteriorated day by day. That year, when the plum blossoms were in full bloom, she suddenly passed away. After Gu Min passed away, only Lu Shi was left. The entire Lu residence was shrouded in dark clouds. Lu Shi carefully selected and finally chose Xuanmei and Takshu to be his personal servants. He secretly ordered someone to teach them martial arts. Looking at the root, Xuanmei's background was very clean. She was indebted to the late Gu Min, so she would not harm Gu Min's bloodline. Lu Shi thought very well and made very thorough arrangements, but his plans could not keep up with the changes. Chapter 339. Suko asked, "Is there something wrong with this couple?" Xuanmei nodded. "I was young when I escaped from my hometown, but I could still remember what my parents looked like. They were strangers. How could they be my parents? But they brought my parents' belongings." Xuanmei sensed something was wrong, so she pretended to admit it. The family had a private conversation for a while. She was told that her parents and younger siblings were all in the hands of the other party. If she was not willing to obey, those people would die. On the contrary, if she was obedient, her parents and younger siblings could live a good life. Xuanmei was skeptical. She did not care about her father's life, but she could not abandon her mother and younger siblings. "I promised to be their informant and mole." Speaking of this, Xuanmei's expression became a little weird, but that group of people only asked me to keep an eye on the second Nyangzi in the backyard. If there is any unusual movement, I must report it. Xuanmei was really confused by such a strange order, but she obeyed and carefully monitored the second Nyangzi all these years. Her daily life was either reading, painting, or doing needlework. She was sunbathing, admiring flowers, and playing with the maids around her. Suko asked, "What's going on with Takshu?" Which lunatic would stare at the daughter of a concubine in the backyard of the Lu residence? Both husband and wife were confused by this question. I didn't know that Takshu was also a mole at first. But Takshu and I are both Langjuan's personal maids. We have a lot of interactions, so I gradually noticed her abnormality. She is especially attentive to the second Nyangzi, and some of her actions are also very suspicious. Suko nodded. But, what's so strange about the second Nyangzi? Why is she being watched by a strange force? Xuanmei shook her head. I don't know either. Suko was speechless. Probably because the content of the reports is similar, fewer and fewer people contact me, who would have the time to listen to a girl's daily life. It would be boring if they listened too much. Without them, I don't know how my mother and younger sister-in-law are doing. I had no choice but to find a way. I used my connections and asked the servants of the Lu residents who did business in Zhongzhou to help me find out. Unexpectedly, my father did not survive the drought. In the end, my mother voluntarily sold herself to a brothel to let my younger sister-in-law live. It's just that they had a hard life. Their younger brother was beaten to death by a local ruffian, and their younger sister was murdered. They're all gone. In other words, that group of people was deceiving Sun Mei. Not long after Sun Mei received the real news about her family, the swindler who hadn't appeared for a few years appeared again. I really want to see what kind of tricks these people have up their sleeves. I'll just feign civility with them. Some killing intent flashed in Xuanmei's eyes. She said coldly, but this time, they don't care about the second Nyangzi. They even ordered me to keep an eye on Langjun. Suko asked, when did this happen? Xuanmei thought for a moment. About 3 years ago, Langjun implemented the food purchase restriction and was preparing to go to Shangjing. The change of command made Sun Mei vigilant. Thinking of the late wife's appreciation, she could not do anything to hurt Lu Shi. Are there any other orders besides keeping an eye on Langjun? Xuanmei said, there is such a saying, but I think it's best if you don't listen to it. After listening to Xuanmei's explanation, Suko relaxed a lot. At the very least, up until now, Sunmei had not made a huge mistake. There was still room for redemption. Therefore, his tone was also a lot more relaxed. What on earth is it that I can't listen to it? Xuanmei secretly rolled her eyes. The other order that the informant gave me was to make Lang Jun become a well-behaved noble lady while he is still unsettled. Su Ke was dumbfounded. No matter how heroic Lang Jun is, he is still an upright man. How can he be molded into a well-behaved noble lady? Xuanmei sneered. That's why I said it's better if you don't listen to it. Su Ke was speechless. He still did not understand. These orders made me panic, so I wanted to stop at the brink of the cliff. Xuanmei feigned civility with those informants while thinking about a way out. Then she met Su Ke. My original plan was to marry you, and then use the money I have saved over the years to redeem our marriage contract. After that, I would go far away. Before Xuanmei finished, Su Ke interrupted her. If you want to leave the Lu mansion, you don't have to marry. Xuanmei rolled her eyes. Darling, it's easy for you to say that. I am a young girl. How can I be safe walking outside alone? I'm just afraid that before I go far, I will already be targeted by sneaky people and be sold to those shady places. Su Ke was speechless. Moreover, you don't have to belittle yourself. Among all the servants in the Lu mansion, even if you have a tattoo on your face, your appearance is still the best, not to mention your knowledge and way of talking. For a girl, isn't he a good candidate for a husband? Xuanmei knew her identity, and she did not want to climb up the social ladder. However, she had to find someone that suited her. She pestered Su Ke at first because she was in a hurry to escape from the Lu mansion, but later, she really wanted to marry Su Ke. Then you reminded me to be wary of Takshu. Did the orders given by the informant change again? Xuanmei sighed and said, maybe I want to marry you too much, so I acted improperly and made those people hate me. What do you mean? Takshu tested me a few times. At first, it was just a warning, but it gradually became more malicious. Until the day before the wedding, Takshu looked at me with murderous eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. From this, it can be seen that those people did not want me to live. She tested me a few times, but I dealt with her cautiously. Then, Takshu believed that I was tight-lipped and did not leak anything about them. Xuanmei smiled mockingly when she said that. Takshu thought that she had concealed it well, but Xuanmei gradually realized that Lang Jun had probably already found out. Putting aside everything else, when Lang Jun went to Langyi to study, she initially wanted to go with him. However, Lang Jun spoke strangely and asked her to stay in Hejin County. He even hinted that if she wanted to pursue Su Ke, it would be better to start with the people around him and leave a good impression. Therefore, Xuanmei stayed, and Lang Jun took Takshu away. Now that she thought about it, Xuanmei could not help but wonder, did Lang Jun do that with the intention of protecting her? After all, if she did not separate from Takshu, there would be an accident sooner or later. It was a pity that Takshu did not realize this. Takshu wants to kill me. I'm afraid, you will soon be a widower. Su Ke's face turned cold when he heard that. He hugged Xuanmei tightly. He reprimanded her gently. Why are you talking about these inauspicious things? Xuanmei smiled happily and rested her head on his shoulder. When that time comes, will you still remember me, husband? I won't be a widower. You still want to be a mother. After that, the couple covered themselves with the quilt. The quilt turned red, and the room was full of spring. The clouds disappeared and the rain stopped. Su Ke got up and washed his body with warm water. Then, he changed into his daily clothes. You sleep first. I'm going to find Lang Jun to ask for his opinion. This matter cannot be delayed. Xuanmei nestled in the quilt and held her chin. Cannot be delayed. Then why weren't you serious just now? Chapter 340. Su Xiaoyu, you'd better give me a good reason. She controlled her strength and slammed the table. The sound was so loud that it made people's ears itch. Jiang Pingji didn't have a bad temper, but who would like to be woken up at a critical moment when they were sound asleep? The weather in Heijin County was cold, not to mention the temperature in the middle of the night. It was chilly as if she had been thrown into an ice house. She waited patiently for Su Ku to speak. She wanted to know what kind of big matter it was that made him abandon his warm and fragrant wife and come to disturb her sleep in the cold air. Thinking of the hot bed and the soft quilt, Jiang Pingji couldn't be nice to Su Ku. Sitting on the seat of honor, she rubbed her face to dispel her sleepiness and stared at Su Ku, who was kneeling in front of her. Su Ku had just been married, but he could hold his wife and have sex with her. It was hard not to feel hot. But she was just a single dog, all alone. If the heat in the blanket ran away, she would have to warm it up again, okay? Why are you here in the middle of the night, instead of holding your wife and carrying on the family line? Jiang Pingji's tone was harsh. There was still a red sleep mark on one side of her face, which showed how bad her mood was. Su Ku coughed secretly. He was a little uneasy. He only remembered that the matter was important, but he forgot that it was not a good time to disturb her. Most of them had fallen into a deep sleep, including Jiang Pingji. I have something important to tell you, Lang Jun. Please calm down a little. He was really afraid that Jiang Pingji would be in a fit of anger. After hearing about Sun Mei, she would add fuel to the fire and accidentally hurt her teammates. Say it. I'm very calm now. Jiang Pingji said with a long face. Her mood was obviously not as good as she said. Su Ku was speechless and thought for a while. This matter is related to my wife, Xuanmei. Please forgive her this time, considering that she has been by your side and carefully took care of you. If you are still angry after hearing this, you can blame it on me. I only hope that you can give her a chance to make up for her mistakes. Su Ku said solemnly. He told her everything Sun Mei had told him, no matter how big or small. It was not difficult to explain the matter clearly. The difficult part was how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial, so as to remove Xuanmei from this matter. Fortunately, Xuanmei hadn't really done anything wrong yet. Confessing would actually result in a lighter sentence. However, Jiang Pingji's reaction was beyond Su Ku's expectation. Even if she didn't fly into a rage, she should have shown a gloomy and angry expression. After all, Sun Mei's actions had already constituted betrayal. I knew about this a long time ago, but I didn't expect Xuanmei to confess to you so soon. As soon as Jiang Pingji spoke, Su Ku's expression changed. She continued, Xuanmei is very tight-lipped, and she's very defensive. As far as I know, you're the only one she's told. At first I thought she would keep it a secret until it was too late. If the news gets out, she'll be in an awkward situation. Xuanmei's act of betrayal could be called unjust and disloyal. As her husband, how could Su Ku not feel disgusted by such a woman? Not to mention that Xuanmei had betrayed the Lu residence. The Lu residence was indebted to Xuanmei and Su Ku. As a scholar, it was impossible for him to accept such a stain on his reputation. When did you know about it? Su Ku was dumbfounded. If Xuanmei hadn't taken the initiative to tell him, he wouldn't have noticed. Jiang Pingji smiled. There's no perfect plan in this world. Xuanmei and Takshu aren't professional spies, so they're not good at hiding. Some of their actions are different from usual. As long as you're careful, you'll notice. Su Ku was startled when he heard that. He seemed to be thinking about something. Xuanmei took the initiative to tell you about it, which also shows her position, Jiang Pingji said. She looked into Su Ku's eyes and said, go back and comfort her, lest she thinks too much. As for Takshu, we can't touch her for now, but I'll take her away. The Lu residence is usually heavily guarded, so the people in the dark won't dare to extend their claws in. Xuanmei is just an unimportant chess piece, so she won't be in danger. Su Ke sat on his knees with his hands clenched into fists. His expression was inexplicably complicated. You don't care about Xuanmei's mistakes. She didn't do any substantial harm, and she's your wife. Why should I care about her mistakes? Jiang Pingji shook her head and said, in fact, when Xuanmei wanted to marry you, I didn't plan to settle the score. Su Ke was stunned and asked, why? She's a smart woman. I think she already realized that her future was uncertain, so she wanted to retreat and get out of the swamp. You said it yourself, she took care of me for many years, and our relationship is no less than that of a biological brother and sister. If that's the case, why would I kill her because of the harm that hasn't happened yet? I gave her a chance, and fortunately, Xuanmei didn't let me down. Su Ke was silent for a long time after hearing that. I don't support the marriage between you and Xuanmei. Do you know why? Jiang Pingji explained in detail, there are 2 reasons. First, you, Su Xiaoyu, are not an ordinary person. People's hearts change. If you become successful in the future, and Xuanmei is just an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she won't be able to keep you, and you'll end up as a resentful couple. Second, even if I forgive her, it'll always be a hidden danger if I don't say it out loud. Fortunately, Xuanmei took the initiative to confess, which left a great buffer for the contradiction. It could be said that she made up for her mistake. After a long time, Jiang Pingji added, I don't blame her. In fact, there was really nothing to blame. She yawned and said sleepily, if there's nothing else, go back and hug your wife. Don't disturb my sleep. Su Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought the matter was serious, so he came here in the middle of the night, but he didn't expect to get such an outcome. Ke thanks you on behalf of my wife. Su Ke had reason to believe that the person in front of him had a rare breadth of mind. Are you done? Jiang Pingji supported her head with one hand, and sleepiness came over her. The couple was fighting, and she, as a single dog, was disturbed from her sleep. She could only fight with her eyelids. Su Ke also knew how to read people's faces. He knew that Jiang Pingji was sleepy, so he bowed and left. Jiang Pingji took a deep breath and tried to keep her eyes open. She crawled back to the bed with her hands and feet, hugging the quilt and rolling to the inside of the bed. The world was big, but sleep was the most important. Anything else could wait until dawn. Su Ke carried the lantern back to his room. There was a lamp in the room, and the orange candlelight warmed his heart. It settled. He took off his outer shirt and put it aside. He hugged Xuanmei's waist and sighed as he rested his head on her shoulder. It settled. So fast. Xuanmei waited anxiously, and her heart was anxious. Yes, Lang Jun is broad-minded. Ordinary people can't be compared to him. I've informed him about this, so it should be settled. Xuanmei lowered her eyelids, and her heart finally fell to the ground. We're leaving tomorrow. Su Ke whispered, but it's still early. My wife, settle down. Ha. Chapter 341. Although she had been disturbed by Su Ke once, Jiang Pingji's sleep quality had always been excellent. The sky had just turned bright. When the rooster crowed for the first time, Jiang Pingji woke up on time due to the call of her biological clock. The footsteps of the maids gradually sounded outside the bedroom. With the help of the maids, Jiang Pingji washed her face with warm water to wash away the sleepiness on her face. She became energetic. After washing up, the maids served the food on the table. Not to mention the taste of the breakfast, at least it looked good. It was arranged delicately and beautifully like a work of art. One would have an appetite just by looking at it. However, that morning was not so peaceful. Something disgusting had just happened. Just as Jiang Pingji started the streaming on time and was halfway through her breakfast, Takshu came over to report that her stepsister wanted to see her again. TSK, that dowry list can't even seal her mouth. Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue in displeasure. Her tone was full of sarcasm. She did not hide her malice towards her stepsister. Let her in. She came to look for me before finishing her breakfast. She must be hungry. She's a delicate, noble girl. How can she endure the pain of hunger? If outsiders were to see it, who knows what they would say about this brother of mine, saying that he treated her unfairly. Takshu smiled and echoed, Lang Jun treats his servants so gently. Why would he treat his stepsister harshly? I'll call the second Nyangzi now. Jiang Pingji did not comment. Her expression was still indifferent. Not long after, Jiang Pingji and the audience in the streaming room clearly heard a series of heavy footsteps full of anger approaching. With a swoosh, the hall door was opened. A gust of cold wind rushed in impatiently. Brother Shi, what do you mean by this? Her stepsister sat directly in front of Jiang Pingji. Her eyes were wide open in anger. Her childish face looked a little more ferocious because of her anger. The streaming camera mischievously gave a close-up of her stepsister's face. Her dark nostrils opened and closed, and her heavy breathing was rapid. Many of the audience were shocked. They suddenly felt that the streamer's stepsister was not cute anymore. Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen on the virtual screen. There were many comments like, scared the baby to death, his nostrils are so big, and the sudden close-up shot scared the baby so much that his sleepiness flew away. She saw them, but the corners of her lips did not curl up. She just lifted her eyelids lazily. Sister, what do you mean? Jiang Pingji coldly stared into his eyes and asked word by word, it's early in the morning and you didn't even tidy up your makeup. You came here without makeup to disturb your brother. Is this the self-restraint that a woman of the Liu family should have? His stepsister was choked by these words. Her heated brain cleared up a little, but her expression was still that of anger. I should be the one asking Brother Shi. His stepsister twisted her handkerchief with hatred. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she said with a sorrowful expression, I've finally married into the royal family. It's fine if Brother Shi doesn't think of a way to help me, but why are you deliberately making things difficult for me? These words were very harsh. Which of the viewers in the live streaming room were not veterans who had read countless books on palace and house fights? A little daughter of a mistress talking to her brother like that was obviously asking for a beating. San Yan Bubao, that's too much. I originally thought this loli was very cute, but now I see that she has the potential to be a vicious woman. How did the streamer do her wrong? How dare she point at her nose and criticize her like that? Who does she think she is? Nianku Sanson, actually, she's not wrong. The streamer does have bad intentions. But from the looks of it, all the streamer's arrangements are for her own good. Others can't find fault with her at all. I remember that in ancient times, the status of a mistress's daughter was very low. Not to mention sending her off with a dowry of 10 miles, it was already good enough that she was not sent off for a political marriage to seek benefits. Sigh, she married a prince and gave him so much dowry, but she was still criticized. Kojiao Xiao's Humian, don't quarrel first. Listen to her reason. Jiang Pingji agreed with the viewer's opinion very much. She asked her stepsister coldly. Deliberately making things difficult for me. Do you mean that the dowry is not rich enough, or that the husband's family is not prominent enough, or that the wedding dress is not exquisite and perfect enough? Jiang Pingji made her stepsister swallow her words with a few words. She immediately sneered, remember your identity. A mistress's daughter of the Lu residence is not that valuable. Her stepsister's face instantly turned pale. The handkerchief in her hand made a tearing sound and broke into 2 pieces. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She was not married yet. Indeed, she should not fall out with her brother. But when she thought of the news she had just learnt, she suddenly felt wronged. She bit her lower lip and said sadly, "Brother Shi, you should know that once you enter the palace, you are as deep as the sea. Most of the women in the world are pitiful. Why do you still want to poke at me? I know that father and brother Shi are my reliance in the royal family. But if I want to have a firm foothold, children and the prince's love are indispensable. If I can be the first to give birth to a royal grandson, won't brother Shi be honored too?" And then Jiang Pingji listened patiently for a long time, but the other party was still dawdling and could not get to the point. This made Jiang Pingji very unhappy. However, the viewers in the streaming room reacted and reminded Jiang Pingji. "Kuzagio Chi fan, damn, I understand. Is she complaining about the bride that the streamer arranged for her?" When the bullet screen was posted, many viewers came back to their senses. They could not help but think of Hui Jun, who had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts. If that was the case, they could understand. Any legal wife would feel uneasy if they had such a stunning woman in their dowry. Who knew if the groom's soul would be taken away by the bride on the wedding night, leaving the proper bride alone in the room? For women in ancient times, it was not an honorable thing to return the bride intact. As expected, the stepdaughter mentioned Hui Jun. "If brother Shi is really doing this for my own good, why did you arrange for that vixen called Hui Jun?" Jiang Pingji asked in return, "If you didn't prepare such a beautiful woman, would you have arranged for a woman with no face to be your dowry?" "Sister, I don't want to nag you, but you are only 12 years old. I know Wuma Jun well. He would rather not eat meat for 3 days than to go without a woman for 1 day. How can you fight for favor with such a man and establish yourself in the backyard?" Father specially selected Hui Jun and carefully prepared her. Before you reach the age of 15, she can totally win over Wuma Jun. When you really grow up, can Hui Jun still monopolize your husband's favor and not return it? Her stepsister's expression was like a broken pallet. There were all kinds of colors. It was truly a riot of colors. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji added another stab. "Father wrote to you before and asked me to tell you that a woman's body is delicate. Childbirth is too damaging to the foundation. I am still young, so there is no hurry to pass on the heirs. It is not too late to consider it when you are 17 or 18. Her stepsister's face darkened when she heard this. She understood that there was no turning back for Hui Jun. What was more disgusting was that she could not be chased away or even treated harshly. Chapter 342. Right now, she was only a daughter born of a concubine. If she openly went against the Lu residents, her future husband, Wuma Jun, might not treat her well if he was slightly more powerful. Thinking of Hui Jun, who had a beauty that could captivate even the birds, and then thinking of the fragrance that lingered around her body, that noble and charming temperament, even she, as a woman, could not help but be tempted, let alone her future husband. She recalled Jiang Pingji's comment about Wuma Jun, "I'd rather not eat meat for 3 days than go without a woman for 1 day." She felt indignant and jealous. Just wait and see. The concubine's daughter endured her grievances and returned to her own courtyard. She immediately saw her mother's silent expression and immediately became angry. Scram! What a good-for-nothing. The concubine's daughter lifted her leg and kicked away the birth mother, who was cleaning up the dowry. She was not young, but she was very strong. She kicked her in the chest and even tried to kill her. The surrounding maids were angry but did not dare to say anything. They all lowered their heads for fear of angering this concubine's daughter who had a vicious and unpredictable temperament. The Lu family was very strict. The servants in the backyard did not dare to abuse the Langjuan's wife. However, the concubine's daughter felt that she was being neglected. She was very disgusted with the maids who served around her. Ever since she had received the decree to marry into the royal family, her neck had grown several times longer. The woman who was kicked clutched her chest and stood up. She looked at her nominal daughter with a strange expression. If it weren't for the fact that you didn't fight for favor, my position in the residence wouldn't be so awkward. Even though she was about to marry into the royal family, her brother, who was usually high and mighty, still treated her indifferently, as if she was a stranger. The woman coughed, lowered her head, and left. She didn't want to face this daughter anymore. No wonder he was a bastard. Even if he lived in luxury for many years, he still couldn't change the lowly nature of his bloodline. The indifferent reaction of the birth mother enraged the concubine's daughter even more. She forcibly broke her nails and slowly put away the viciousness on her face. She sat in front of the dressing mirror as if nothing had happened. Today was the first day of marriage. As the bride, she could not get angry frequently. She carefully combed her makeup and put on her most beautiful makeup. Her young and tender face was surprisingly full of charm. She asked her maid to imitate Huijuan's makeup, and the result was indeed stunning. However, her personal maidservant was the one who felt gloomy. Why did the appearance of his second Nyangzi vaguely resemble that of Huijun? Especially after applying the same heavy makeup, at first glance, they looked like two different models, one big and one small. However, Huijuan's appearance, temperament, body fragrance, temperament, methods, all of these completely crushed second Nyangzi. When the two of them were put together, one seemed to be a masterpiece that excelled the heavens and exhausted all the love of the creator, while the other was an inferior imitation. If it wasn't for Huijuan's age and the fact that she had been with the second lady for so many years, she would have suspected that the bride had been substituted by someone else. As he thought about it, he helped the concubine's daughter put on makeup, and then helped her put on a brand new and luxurious bright red dress. The style of the dress was similar to a wedding dress, and it was considered as a wedding dress. Hejin County was quite a distance from Shangjing. The bride couldn't just wear the same wedding dress all the time. The auspicious time had arrived, and the wedding procession was ready to set off. Jiang Pingji was dressed in a festive brocade dress. As the elder brother, she carried her sister out of the manor and into the magnificent wedding carriage. She looked up at the sky, and the time was just right. She immediately got on the back of White and walked at the front of the procession. She shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived, let's go." Jiang Pingji led the way in front. The newly decorated, festive, and mighty White walked with its head held high. The other horses and old bulls all fell silent. In the corner, Suko couldn't help but nag at Xuanmei until the procession set off. "Husband, you should go with Langjun. I will take care of everything at home." Xuanmei saw that there wasn't much time left, so she quickly interrupted Suko. When the crowd wasn't paying attention, she cupped his face and kissed him gently. "Take care." Suko was dumbfounded. In the end, he even forgot how to get into the carriage. He silently raised his hand and rubbed his cheek. He couldn't help but blush and spit at the thought of his new wife being so bold in public. What a joke. He felt that he had married a fake virtuous wife. Where was the shyness and awkwardness that he had promised? The wedding procession was luxurious. In addition to the guards assigned by the Lu residents, there were also 5,000 majestic guards in armor. The guards were naturally assigned by the imperial court to ensure the safety of the future fourth princess. According to the custom, the bride who married far away had to sit in the wedding carriage and walk around the inner city. At the same time, they had to show the strength of their family. When the wedding procession had just walked around the inner city and walked out of the city gate, the porter at the end of the procession had just picked up the dowry. Although there was no festive music, the atmosphere was not quiet. The people on both sides of the street were rubbing shoulders with each other. They couldn't wait to stretch their necks to see the dowry. When they saw the dowry, they had a better understanding of the Lu residents. This dowry. Did they empty the warehouse of the second branch of the Lu residence? A person asked curiously. Someone beside him immediately answered. Empty. I don't think so. Don't you know that bamboo paper, which is more valuable than gold, is produced by the workshop of the second branch of the Lu residence? Although the annual production is low, this alone is enough for the second branch of the Lu residents to live off their capital. Pooh! A fat and strong woman spat heavily. Her saliva flew everywhere. Everyone in Hejian County knows that the paper workshop belongs to the late wife of the second branch of the Lu residents. She is a daughter of a concubine. How dare she covet the property of the first wife? The crowd was speechless. This. If the second branch of the Lu residents didn't touch the late wife's property, how could they gather so much dowry? Many people were silent when this question was asked. I heard from my wife that the first branch of the Lu family is doing well, but the other branches are stingy. Governor Lu is so rich, but he doesn't want to help the main family. Instead, he gives so much face to a daughter of a concubine. It's unbelievable. After all, she is a daughter who married into the royal family. Even if she is a daughter of a concubine, she is still his own flesh and blood. He must treat her well. The crowd was talking. These trivial discussions occasionally drifted into the ears of the daughter of a concubine. Her expression immediately froze. Even if she is a daughter of a concubine. So what if she is a daughter of a concubine? Isn't a daughter of a concubine father's daughter? Why do the sons and daughters of the first wife have so many privileges while she, a daughter of a concubine, has to be looked down upon by everyone? She couldn't help but bite her lower lip. Her eyes flashed with complex malice. No, she must snatch her husband's love before Hui Jun does. Only by giving birth to a royal grandson could she really stand firm. No one could look down on her. On the other side, the carriage of the bride was much simpler. Hui Jun was wearing a simple red dress. She had a faint smile on her face. She looked like she was not sitting in a simple carriage, but in a magnificent palace. No one knew that she was holding a small bottle in her sleeve. There was a golden pill in it. I Ching pill. Chapter 343. Kazagio Chi Fan, it's so boring. Why aren't there any robbers? Lo Siji Lianming, although I also feel that the live stream has been boring these days, bandits would not come to die if they had any brains. Money can tempt people, but they must be alive to enjoy it. Not to mention the streamer, who is a killing machine in human form. The other 5,000 guards are not just for show. They are all wearing armor and holding spears and halberds. Small-scale bandits would not dare to rob them. Tonsillitis, #facepalm. As a newbie in the live stream, I think it's not boring to watch the streamer copy the first aid treatment. Note, that's right. I think it's good to have such plain content. I hope the streamer can carry forward the first aid knowledge in this dimension and create the noble profession of nurse in advance to improve the social status of the disadvantaged women. It took a long time to travel from Hejian to Shangjing. With the 5,000 guards outside, the bandits did not dare to show up. Jiang Pingji naturally had some free time. Since she had nothing to do, she put the first aid knowledge on the battlefield on the agenda. She picked up the brush and copied it seriously. Slowly, she accumulated 300 to 400 pages. Takshu ground the ink for Jiang Pingji and persisted for a few days. One day, she finally could not hold back her curiosity and asked. Your servant has been copying in the carriage these days. What are you writing? Jiang Pingji had just finished copying one page. She checked it carefully to make sure there were no mistakes. Then, she dried the ink with an incense burner. It's nothing. It's just some simple Qighuang medical skills. Jiang Pingji put the dried paper into the box and took out a new piece of paper. She spread it on the table. The carriage was still bumpy, but it did not affect her neat handwriting. Takshu grinded the ink and smiled. Qighuang medical skills. Since when are you interested in these unorthodox things? Jiang Pingji said, medical skills can save lives. It's better to know more about it. Who knows when it will come in handy? In my opinion, this is the right way. After hearing her explanation, Takshu was no longer interested. Her Lang Jun was indeed very smart and had a strong learning ability, but how could Qighuang medical skills be mastered so easily? Even if she started to study it now, she would only reach the level of an apprentice in 3 to 5 years. Time passed quickly as Jiang Pingji copied the book in silence. The bright full moon had already quietly risen outside. Everyone stopped their journey and started a fire to cook. Takshu covered her mouth with her hand and yawned sleepily. 2 drops of tears squeezed out from the corners of her eyes. Seeing that, Jiang Pingji said with pity, if you're tired, go and rest. You don't have to serve me anymore. Takshu forced herself to stay awake and said, how can this work? If I go down to rest, who will grind for you? Jiang Pingji smiled slyly. Don't forget that your Lang Jun has a page boy. Grinding is his job, let him take over from you. Outside, Suku sneezed. Takshu was not pretentious. She was really sleepy at that moment. When she was grinding just now, her head was nodding, and she almost fell asleep. Then I won't refuse. I'll go and call Su Lang Jun over. Jiang Pingji said, don't forget to bring a box of ink ingots over. The ink ingots here have been used up. I don't think we'll have enough to copy tonight. All right. Not long after Takshu left, Suko carried a box of ink ingots into the carriage. He lifted the curtain and saw Jiang Pingji, whom he had not seen for a few days. As soon as he got into the carriage, he teased her with a smile. I was just wondering why I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect you to be studying hard in the carriage. He knew very well that Jiang Pingji could not sit still. She liked to ride around on white when she had nothing to do. She rarely stayed in the carriage quietly. For the past few days, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. There was no sign of her outside at all. Jiang Pingji pointed at the slightly dry inkstone. Grind the ink. Suku took out an ink ingot that was filled with the fragrance of ink and ground it carefully. His gaze fell on the paper that Jiang Pingji copied. Lang Jun, what did you write? Some basic first aid knowledge. Jiang Pingji rubbed her forehead and kept copying with her wrist. I've read a lot of unofficial military strategies and found that when 2 armies fight, most soldiers don't die on the battlefield. Instead, they die because no one can save them. Takshu and Suku asked the same question, but Jiang Pingji's answer was completely different. The latter keenly sensed something. He cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me, may I borrow it for a look?" "Take a look." Jiang Pingji casually pointed at the box beside her. There were hundreds of thick sheets of paper in it. Suku took it and read it carefully. His eyebrows were tightly knitted at first, but then they slowly relaxed. His eyes were filled with amazement. This. Suku was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Others were short-sighted and thought that the Qi Huang technique was just unorthodox, but he was far-sighted. He knew how important the things that Jiang Pingji wrote were and how many soldiers' lives would be saved in the future. He bit the tip of his tongue and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He asked, Lang Jun, did you write this? Jiang Pingji shook her head and said, no. Most of the contents were copied from Mr. Wenfu. I then combined them and wrote them in simple words that are easy to understand. After all, not everyone can read. If it is too profound, no one will understand. Wenfu referred to Qing Wenfu, who was also Qing Qing. Qing Qing and Jiang Pingji made a deal. She provided bamboo paper, and he would make a copy of all the books in his house for her. It had been almost 3 years, but Qing Qing had only given her 2/3 of the books he promised. It was not that Qing Qing was being crafty and deliberately delayed the progress of copying the books. It was just that there were too many books in his house. He could not improve the efficiency of copying them by himself. Jiang Pingji pushed the knowledge to Qing Chang's house. Su Ku did not doubt her. I plan to let the female troops learn first aid. Women have always been more meticulous than men, so they will have an advantage in learning. Su Ku pondered and said, Lang Juan's plan is not bad. Even if the female troops can't kill enemies on the battlefield, they can save the lives of seriously injured soldiers. They can still make great contributions. But I still have some worries in my heart. What are you worried about? Su Ku said, medicine is different from other things. It concerns human lives. If you insist on letting the female troops learn, it is best to hire a doctor with high medical ethics and skills to teach them. If they learn by themselves, I am worried that accidents will happen. Jiang Pingji nodded. Your worries are not unreasonable. I have the same plan. I will look for candidates when we arrive in Shangjing. The medical standards in ancient times were very low, but there were many talented people. They could be found if they searched carefully. Chapter 344. Chongzhou, Shangyu County, Kanglan County. This place was adjacent to the northern border. The grain output of the north borderline was extremely low. Often, groups of horse bandits would rob houses, robbing gold, silver, jewelry, rice, and livestock. If a slightly younger and more beautiful woman was caught, it would be even harder for her to escape the clutches of the devil. Qiguan Rang's mother had met with such a calamity. She had no choice but to bear him. However, at that time, the northern borderline was still afraid of Dongqing's national power. When Qiguan Rang's mother was sent back, she was already 3 months pregnant. She had lost her virginity before marriage and was pregnant. The neighbors were gossiping about her, and her father and mother refused to acknowledge her. She could only grit her teeth and marry Qiguan Rang's father with tears in her eyes. After that, they settled in Shangyu County. This was a thing that happened more than 20 years ago. It was also the norm at that time. Therefore, there were many people like Qiguan Rang. The foreign tribes of the northern borderline refused to acknowledge their existence, and the people of Dongqing saw it as a disgrace. They were like rats in a bellows, suffering from both sides. Ever since the 3 cities in Shangyu County fell into the hands of the northern borderline, the lives of the people living in the border areas became more difficult. Every family closed their doors and windows, and women did not dare to show their faces. There were many horse bandits, and they came and went like the wind. They would leave immediately after a robbery, and change places after a fight. It was impossible to catch them even if they wanted to. Everyone was in danger, and the common people were suffering unspeakably. However, this situation had improved slightly in recent years. In the past, no one dared to come to Chongzhou to be the prefecture magistrate, so the officialdom here was like a plate of loose sand. The officials, big and small, pretended to be deaf to the grievances of the people. A few years ago, who County Chief Lu Shi was promoted to Chongzhou's magistrate. The people finally had a backbone. After Lu Shi took office, he put in a lot of effort to eliminate the horse bandits. Originally, he wanted to do it step by step, but after asking for Jiang Pingji's opinion, he changed his mind. A bitch will be bitched by others. The northern borderline is shameless, so why should we give them face? Jiang Pingji replied to Lu Shi's letter with a sneer, I don't believe that these horse bandits are really horse bandits. How can ordinary horse bandits get so many high-quality horses? How could an ordinary bandit be so capable of figuring out the terrain and routes so clearly? Even if there were wild highwaymen, most of them were domesticated. If they commit a crime and get caught, it's better to say that it was done by the horse bandits than by the northern borderline army. On the contrary, killing the horse bandits was a better crime than killing the soldiers of the northern borderline. The three tribes of the northern borderline did not have the face to plead for the horse bandits. After careful consideration, Lu Shi accepted Jiang Pingji's suggestion. Kill. If he caught one, he would kill one. If he caught a pair, he would kill a pair. Once the horse bandits were caught, they would be killed regardless of their crimes. All the prefectures and counties had posted official announcements, asking the commoners to immediately report any traces of horse bandits. If the report was true, there would be a handsome reward. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. When this order was first issued, it didn't have much effect. The horse bandits did not care about these orders, and the people at the border did not dare to trust the government, so the pace of eliminating the horse bandits was stagnant. Coincidentally, at that time, Qiguan Rang brought his newlywed wife back to Shangyu County to pay their respects to their mother's soul. As soon as he heard about this, he put forward his own suggestion. Qiguan Rang said, Chongzhou has been without a leader for a long time. The people's hearts are like scattered sand and they are suspicious of the government. If we want to gather them again, it will naturally take a lot of effort. In the previous dynasty, there was Tumu Lisin. Why don't you follow his example? Perhaps there will be progress. Tumu Lisin. Lu Shi's heart was suddenly enlightened. He arranged for people to prepare for this. As long as the commoners saw that someone reported the horse bandits and received tangible benefits, it would be the most powerful propaganda. After some preparation, there was progress slowly. The days of the horse bandits became more difficult. Lu Shi's execution method for the horse bandits was very uniform. Kill them and keep the horses. After catching a few groups of horse bandits, Lu Shi discovered that other than a small number of inferior horses, the rest were all well-trained horses. Just as Jiang Pingji said, how could ordinary horse bandits get such good horses? Therefore, the identity of the horse bandits was on the verge of being revealed. Lu Shi saw through it but didn't say anything. He followed the prescribed order. He killed those who deserved to be killed and captured those who deserved to be captured. He hung their heads in public. Even if the officials of the northern borderline were as black as the bottom of a pot, he pretended that he didn't see it. After more than a year, the atmosphere in the borderline counties of the northern borderline had changed. Even though it wasn't stable and wealthy, it was much better than the days of trembling with fear in the past. Qiguan Rang brought his wife to visit his deceased mother's grave and paid a visit to his master. From his master, he heard the news that the daughter of the Lu residence's mistress had married into the royal family. The daughter of the Lu residence's mistress has married into the royal family. Hearing the news, Qiguan Rang's feather fan paused and his expression changed slightly. He had started to grow a beard. Coupled with his gloomy appearance, he looked older than his actual age. Qiguan Rang's master nodded and said, "Some people mentioned this happy event a few days ago. They all expressed their desire to send some local products to the governor's manor. In the past, the people feared the government like wolves, but now they were happy because of the wedding of the Lu governor's daughter. It showed how popular Lu Shi was. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Shi did a good job, but he did a better job than his predecessor. At this time, Qiguan Rang asked again, raising his eyebrows slightly. His master asked, "Do you think it's inappropriate?" Qiguan Rang had always regarded his master as his biological father and told him everything he knew. "It's very inappropriate. I'm afraid Lu Langjun is in trouble," Qiguan Rang said. "Shangjing is now a dangerous place. I'm afraid he won't be able to return." These days, Qiguan Rang and his master talked about the world and analyzed the situation in Dongqing the most. Hearing Qiguan Rang's words, his master's heart skipped a beat and he said in surprise, "You mean, I'm afraid so?" Qiguan Rang nodded. His master frowned and said, "I remember you once said that the Lu residence has treated you with kindness. Is there a way to resolve this?" "No." Qiguan Rang suddenly smiled. "Although Shangjing is dangerous, it can't trap Lu Langjun. However, teacher's words have reminded your disciple of something. Time is tight. I have to leave in a few days. I can't be filial by your side." "What is it?" Qiguan Rang's master asked casually. Qiguan Rang said, "I promised someone to help him when he needed it the most. Now the time is coming. Time. The day Shangjing falls is the day the time comes." 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. With the protection of 5,000 guards, the wedding procession sent the bride to Shangjing in peace. After so many years, this place is still so lively and prosperous. So many years have passed, but nothing has changed. She seemed to be lamenting, but in fact, she was talking to the audience in the live broadcast room. "Tudu Feiqiu, I suddenly remembered my hometown. I went out to study in my 4th year of university. When I returned home after graduation, I almost couldn't recognize the road. I can only lament the rapid development of society and the changes of the times. My hometown is changing day by day. Liu Ciji Lianming, #Cheeks. This is normal. Ancient times were a farming society. Productivity was very weak. This is an indisputable fact." Chapter 345. Jiang Pingji rode on White's back. Behind her, many cooks carried the dowry into the city. Both sides were guarded by mighty guards. This scene aroused the curiosity of the people in Shangjing. More and more people gathered on both sides of the street to watch the commotion. Small discussions could be heard. "So much dowry. Which noble family's daughter is getting married?" They had been watching the commotion for so long. The dowry was carried one after another, as if there was no end. "Oh my, even the princess of the northern borderline who married into the royal family a few years ago did not bring so much dowry. Hey, aren't you well informed? You're known as the know-it-all in Shangjing. Haven't you heard anything?" The people discussed. Most of them were shocked at the amount of dowry. A small portion of them were curious about which family's daughter was marrying to such an extent. With so much dowry, it was as if the entire family's fortune had been emptied. In the eyes of the people, even if the emperor married off his daughter, he would not be able to bring out so many good things. The discussions of the people reached the ears of Lu Huan, the daughter of a concubine in the Lu residence. She could not suppress her smile and joy. As the daughter of a concubine who had no sense of existence in the Lu residence, she had never thought that one day she would become the center of attention and be envied by so many. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand and took a deep breath. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. They had only just arrived in Shangjing. When she became the 4th princess consort, not only the people of Shangjing, but the people of the world would also know her. Without waiting for her to calm down, an even more agitated voice came from outside. Lu Huan listened attentively. Her face gradually became gloomier and darker. On the other side, Jiang Pingji heard the commotion and could not help but turn her head to look. She saw a carriage in the middle of the procession suddenly attract the attention of many people. Some even took off their perfume sachets and threw them into the carriage. Some young men's faces were flushed red. They looked as if they had met a beauty. They wanted to go forward and ask questions, but they also wanted to be reserved. Their expressions were very contradictory. Looking closely, it turned out that the curtain of the carriage was lifted slightly, revealing a stunning beauty with a celestial appearance. A cool breeze blew. There was an indescribable fragrance in the air, intoxicating one's mind. Unfortunately, the beauty only appeared for a moment. When the curtain of the carriage fell, many people felt their hearts empty, as if they had lost a love. Seeing that, Jiang Pingji suddenly smiled and tugged on the reins. White snorted unhappily, but it still turned its head obediently and carried Jiang Pingji to the back. She asked, "Why did Hui Jun lift the curtain just now?" "Your servant was only curious about Shangjing City and wanted to know how prosperous this place was. I was careless and broke the rules. Please forgive me, Lang Jun." When the people heard Jiang Pingji riding her horse forward, they thought that she was going to reprimand Hui Jun. They could not help but tense up. Soon after, he heard the clear and melodious voice of a girl that sounded like a lark's and thought of that peerlessly perfect face. One by one, he was completely intoxicated. So that's how it is. Then it doesn't matter if you lift the curtain and take a good look. Before we get married, this is the only time we can be at ease. Jiang Pingji openly agreed. After getting permission, Hui Jun got her maids to roll up the curtains on both sides of the carriage. A pair of beautiful eyes slightly glanced at both sides of the street. A few years ago, these places were unattainable places of bliss for her. Her filthy body was not worthy of stepping into them. Now, with such an identity, she sat in the carriage openly. The people who passed by sighed in admiration because of her appearance. Because of Hui Jun's actions, the originally orderly people suddenly became chaotic. There were even more enthusiastic people who chased after the carriage and threw perfume sachets. "Oh my, is this what a newlywed looks like? She's really peerless in the world. I can't forget her after one look. Even a fairy's daughter is nothing more than this." As soon as these words came out, someone immediately retorted. That person knew more about the rules. Looking at her, she's definitely not a newlywed. The carriage in front is bigger and more luxurious than this one. The person sitting inside is the real one. Not a newlywed. Then who could it be? She should be the accompanying bride, right? I heard from the scholar at the entrance of the village that all rich and powerful families have this kind of stupid rule. They prepare a few maids for their daughters and send them all to serve their son-in-law. They say it's some kind of spoiling. Don't you think this is a shame? How can there be people who cheat their daughters like this? But why are they called rich and powerful? When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately revealed expressions of disbelief. TSK, accompanying bride. Then this son-in-law is really rich. Marrying a woman and getting 4 to 5 bed-warming maids, this accompanying bride is so beautiful. Aren't they afraid that she will steal the son-in-law's soul? Who knows, maybe their daughter is even more beautiful. As soon as these words came out, an unscrupulous hooligan suddenly chuckled, revealing a trace of a wretched smile. From what I see, this family probably has a grudge against the son-in-law. The daughter is already beautiful, and the accompanying bride is also like a fairy's daughter. If this son-in-law sees them, how can his legs walk? He won't want to lie on them all day long and refuse to come down. After a long time, who can stand it? TSK, I guess after a few months of indulgence, he'll definitely be squeezed dry by these women. The married woman blushed when she heard these filthy words. She spat fiercely, while the man showed an expression of approval. If their wives were so beautiful and they married 4 to 5 fairies, they felt that they wouldn't be able to stand it. The contents of the commoners' discussion were mostly related to Huijun. These conversations also faintly reached the ears of the concubine's daughter, Lu Huan. She was so angry that she tore 2 handkerchiefs. Her eyes revealed an ominous glint. Her entire face was distorted due to anger and jealousy. She looked repulsive, like a yiksha. It was hard to imagine that this was actually an innocent 12-year-old girl. Tenli of red makeup was famous in Shangjing. On this day, 2 pieces of news spread throughout Shangjing as if they had grown wings. First, the future 4th princess consort had an extraordinary status. Tenli of red makeup crushed the 2nd princess consort. That was the princess of the northern borderline. Second, the accompanying bride was extremely beautiful. Many young scholars saw her and fell in love with her at first sight. Since then, they couldn't sleep at night. In addition, someone found out that Huijun was the accompanying bride of the Lu residence's concubine's daughter. He hurriedly ordered a servant to send a greeting card. No matter how expensive the Lu residence's ransom was, as long as they could take Huijun as a concubine, they would definitely cherish her and treat her like a treasure. To put it bluntly, the accompanying bride was a maid who warmed the bed and helped the master solidify his favor. As long as the master was unwilling to relent, she would never have a proper title for the rest of her life. Wouldn't being a concubine be better than this? Some were smarter. They directly used scented floral paper to write poems about their love, in order to probe Huijun's opinion. Whether it was the former or the latter, Huijun politely rejected them. It was regrettable, but they couldn't bring themselves to hate her. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 346. The Lu residence had its own property and mansion in Shangjing. The wedding procession stopped there. Lu Huan, the concubine's daughter, was also preparing to get married from there. Arranging the dowry, tidying up the mansion, arranging the servants. Jiang Pingji's time was almost completely occupied by the tedious tasks. When she finally had some free time, it was already 2 days later. Jiang Pingji was a person who could not sit still. She would not be able to sit still if she stayed at home all day reading and writing. Not to mention her, the audience in the live broadcast room could not watch such boring content every day, so they all begged for a change of map. Jiang Pingji was moved by the audience's suggestions. She remembered that the last time she was there was 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, it was late autumn and early winter. There was nothing much to see in the surroundings. Moreover, the schedule was rushed, so Jiang Pingji did not have much time to stroll around Shangjing. She felt rather regretful. Now that he had free time, he might as well enjoy himself for a few days. He might not have such a good opportunity in the future. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. She simply called Su Ku, who was also bored, and the 2 of them teamed up to go out. Su Ku had a helpless look on his face. He couldn't help but tease, "Lang Jun, you move your mouth, but your subordinates run around until their legs break. You are free and don't have to worry about anything, but I still have a lot of chores to deal with. It's better for you to enjoy yourself." Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. The things that should be done have been done. What else do you have on hand? Su Ku shook his head. There were some things that Lang Jun didn't remember, but as his right-hand man, he had to be considerate and considerate. Have you forgotten, Lang Jun? Master has many good friends in Shangjing. Some of them are friends in the officialdom, and some are close friends in private. As Master's son, it's rare for you to come here. Naturally, I have to prepare a meager gift and send a visiting card to each of them. Although he might not meet Jiang Pingji, the necessary etiquette could not be neglected. How could Jiang Pingji know who Lu Shi's friends were in the government, or who he befriended in private? She didn't even know who he gave his New Year's gifts to. After all, those were things that only the legal wife or the head housekeeper could handle. Although Su Ku was not the housekeeper, Jiang Pingji did not bring anyone with her this time, so the task of socializing was thrown to him. Jiang Pingji thought about it and felt a little guilty. Is this very troublesome? Su Ku said, every family has its own taboo, and gift-giving is also a particular art. Give more to those who are close to you, and you also need to put in a lot of effort to prepare the gifts. For those who are slightly distant, you can reduce some of the gifts according to your discretion, but you can't let the other party see your true attitude. Not only do you have to refer to the previous years, but you also have to understand the situation of each family in recent years and make adjustments to the contents of the gifts. If a family had just lost a child, wouldn't it be like poking a sore thumb if they hurried to send some gifts with the meaning of a Qilin sending a child? Another example would be that someone's parents had just passed away. Sending some supplements that could prolong the life of an elderly person was just courting death. Giving gifts would not bring the two families closer, but if they gave the wrong gift, they would become enemies and never interact with each other again. Jiang Pingji understood. She understood these principles. Father has been an official for many years. Although he doesn't have friends all over the world, he definitely has a lot of friends. It seems that this is indeed a big project. Fortunately, she had pulled Su Ku over. Otherwise, she would definitely have a headache if this matter was left in her hands. Seeing Jiang Pingji's frightened expression, Su Ku smiled and casually said, in another 2 years, Lang Jun should be at the age to get married and start a career. When that time comes, you will marry a virtuous and capable mistress. Someone will take care of these trivial matters for you. Jiang Pingji listened and did not say a word. Marrying a virtuous and capable mistress was a little difficult for Su Ku to achieve. Su Ku was going to be disappointed. The audience in the streaming room burst into laughter. Liu Siji Lianming, my heart aches for young Su Ku. The streamer may marry a male mistress in the future. Kaitang Daffin Auntie, hahaha, actually I don't mind the streamer marrying a female mistress of a normal gender. Ju Guchitsi, am I the only one who feels sorry for young Su Ku? He has known the streamer for so many years and has been betrayed by the streamer so many times, but he still firmly believes that the streamer is a man. He even wants to marry a mistress. Be careful that your Lang Jun will be married one day. Bingtang Lemon, I don't like what you said. My streamer will definitely marry that one. I will stand by the streamer and accept the mistress. Jiang Pingji ignored the densely packed bullet screens in the streaming room and sighed at Su Ku. It's still too early to start a family. I don't plan on thinking about it now. Jiang Pingji did not wait for Su Ku to reply. She said, now, I'll have to trouble you to continue worrying about it. You go ahead with your work. I'm going out to play. Su Ku did not know what she said, but he actually changed his mind. Lang Jun, wait. I've thought about it carefully. I'll go out with you. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked him, why did you suddenly change your mind? Su Ku said expressionlessly, I suddenly remembered that you are unrestrained and unrestrained. If I don't keep an eye on you, who knows what trouble you will cause when you go out. When that time comes, I will have to deal with the aftermath. I think it's better to go with you. Jiang Pingji was speechless. She had nothing to say about this reason. She did not dare to look at the bullet screens in the streaming room that were laughing at her. Tutu Feicho, hahaha, streamer, young Su Ku thinks that you are a troublemaker. Juke Chestnut, Baw. Do I need young Su-ko to think that the streamer is a troublemaker? TSK. Then you keep an eye on me, Jiang Pingji said unhappily. Look at you. It's as if your Lang Jun likes to cause trouble. Su-ko returned a look. Jiang Pingji did not need to read the bullet screens to understand the meaning of that look. What he meant wasn't that the case? Ha! Su-ko had seen through Jiang Pingji's nature, a troublemaker. Even if she did not take the initiative to cause trouble, there would always be accidents. Not to mention what would happen if she took the initiative to cause trouble. Perhaps it was because the second princess was born in the northern borderline, but there were many exotic shops in Shangjing. The night market was bustling with activity. The people brought their children with them and enjoyed the company of their families. Su-ko was confused by the bustling scene. It was as if everything he saw along the way was an illusion. Do you want to buy some cosmetics, jewelry, or silk flowers? Jiang Pingji was dressed like a rich young master, but she had an outstanding appearance and a tall figure. She was quite eye-catching in the crowd. Why do you want to buy these girly things? Su-ko asked. Chapter 347. Su-ko was speechless, as if he really hadn't thought about it. He wanted to say that it was how it was between a husband and wife, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Did you not bring any money with you, and you confiscated it? Jiang Pingji asked. Of course I brought it. Su-ko subconsciously touched the money pouch on his waist and asked, why did I have to confiscate it? Jiang Pingji didn't explain. Instead, she said, when I was in Langyi, I met a woodcutter. He chopped firewood for 15 days a month, and the rest of the time, he peddled the pancake stall his wife made for him on the street. I chatted with him for a while, and after our conversation, I realized that he actually thought that the biggest amount of money was copper coins. Su-ko was suspicious and didn't understand. It's hard for ordinary people to make a living. Most of their money is copper coins. It's not strange. Jiang Pingji shook her head. That's not the case. After I continued to ask, I found out that the woodcutter's family wasn't poor. They could save 4 or 5 taels of silver a year. After years of hard work, they even prepared 20 taels of silver for their daughter's dowry. The woodcutter only recognized copper coins because he usually gave his money to his wife. His wife was afraid that he was a spendthrift, so she gave him 3 copper coins a day. Su-ko was speechless. If he still didn't understand what she was saying, then there must be something wrong with his brain. Xuanmei isn't that kind of person. Although Su-ko always thought that women were in charge of the inside and men were in charge of the outside, he never thought that he would only have 3 copper coins a day. That was too miserable. Yes, so why don't you buy some trinkets if you have money? Su-ko was confused again. His expression was conflicted. I'll buy them. If he didn't buy them, wouldn't he be admitting that he was the woodcutter in the story who only had 3 copper coins a day? How could a man be held hostage by his wife like that? As a result, 2 men dressed in rich clothes appeared in front of many stalls, and they were all buying little things that girls loved to use. Su-ko looked at them with a conflicted expression. Jiang Pingji, who was beside him, was carefully choosing her rouge and face powder. It seemed that she was quite knowledgeable. Wait. Since when did his Lang Jun have such a weird hobby? Not all rouge and face powder can be used. If you give the box of rouge you just picked to Xuanmei, I'm sure her face will be covered in red beans the next day. Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes. If it's more serious, you might have to find a new wife. Xuanmei had some allergies. The color of the rouge that Su-ko picked looked good, but it contained allergens that Ko was allergic to. At first, Su-ko didn't think much of it, but after listening to the latter part of the conversation, he quickly put the box back. Lang Jun, he said of it. Even though he knew that Xuanmei was once Jiang Pingji's personal maid and that the relationship between master and servant was close, as Xuanmei's husband, it was impossible for Su Ke to not care about another man who knew his wife very well. Well, you know, when I was young, I was always sick and had to drink medicine to recuperate. I had to think of ways to please them. Jiang Pingji heard the jealousy in Su Ke's words. Jiang Pingji could hear the jealousy in Su Ke's words, but she pretended not to understand and explained in a roundabout way. After all, they were newlyweds, and she could not make things difficult for them. However, there was one time when I almost made a big mistake. I gave the wrong gift. Later, I found out that Xuanmei couldn't touch that kind of thing. Since then, I've remembered it. When Su Ke heard this, the grudge in his heart disappeared. Instead, he became a little more interested. Learning about Xuanmei from Jiang Pingji felt like he was trying to please his brother-in-law and understand his wife's past. I don't know about it. I've never heard Xuanmei talk about it. Su Ke paused. He didn't know much about Xuanmei's past. They knew each other before marriage, but they didn't know much about each other. If he wanted his marriage to last, he had to know more about her in the future. At least, he couldn't make a mistake like giving the wrong gift. Jiang Pingji said, "There's plenty of time in the future." Her conversation with Su Ke was presented to the audience in the streaming room. Many of them vaguely understood her intention. Tudu Feicho, #propping chin. It's been a few years, but I still think the streamer is very gentle. Xuanmei and Su Ke weren't married blindly, but they knew very little about each other. Plus, they didn't spend much time together, so there were many hidden dangers. Even a loving couple couldn't stand such torture. The streamer was slowly guiding Su Ke to understand Xuanmei. She avoided a lot of problems. I have a pair of skateboarding shoes. She's gentle, but don't you think it's inappropriate for a woman to interact with a newlywed man for a long time? Xuanmei knows the streamer's gender. Wouldn't she mind? The bullet screen was vague, but anyone who understood could understand what she was talking about. She was worried that the streamer would become the third party in their marriage. Bingtang Lemon, please. The streamer is young Su Ke's master now. Their relationship is that of a superior and subordinate. I've never heard that a female superior can't talk to a married male subordinate. If that's the case, I might as well not hire married male subordinates in the future. The streamer was still a man to the public. They didn't say anything ambiguous. It felt like they were normal friends. She had a lot to worry about. No matter what the audience in the streaming room thought, Su Ke, a smart man, gradually understood Jiang Pingji's good intentions. The master and the servant chatted on and off. They talked about both business and personal matters. Only a few of them were related to Xuanmei. Most of them were trivial matters. Before they knew it, they had walked through more than half of the night market. Su Ke's legs were sore from walking. Seeing that he looked weak, Jiang Pingji pointed to the tea house next to her. "Why don't you go upstairs and rest?" Su Ke didn't force her. He nodded. However, if he knew what would happen if he went upstairs, he wouldn't go upstairs even if he had to walk until his legs broke. Instead of calling it a tea house, it was more like an elegant place frequented by literati. As soon as they walked into the hall, the air was filled with a fragrant aroma. There was also the sound of stringed instruments in their ears. The owner of this tea house is quite smart. He even invited a musician to play music to liven things up. It looks quite elegant. Jiang Pingji looked around and found that there were paintings and calligraphy hanging on the doors of the private rooms. They were of different levels, but they looked quite interesting when placed together. That wasn't important. What was important was that the medium of the paintings and calligraphy was very valuable. Bamboo paper was nothing in the Lu residence, but it was said to be as valuable as gold outside. Only rich families would use it. Chapter 348. A tea house was naturally a place for drinking tea. All the tea houses in the world were basically the same. If one wanted to stand out from the others, he had to have his own unique style. The tea house in front of him was undoubtedly the leader of the same industry. After the development of diversified projects, people could not only drink tea, but they could also watch beautiful dancers and taste high-quality wine. When the literati were in a good mood, they could also write in the hall, show off their calligraphy, or show off their painting skills. From time to time, they would hold poetry meetings and invite famous people from all over the world to enjoy it. Of course, it was not easy to invite real famous people. Therefore, the tea house settled for the next best thing. Although the famous people they invited were not famous, they were indeed talented. Suko calmly talked with the servant girl for a while and figured out the daily activities of the tea house. He suddenly became interested. Whether the tea house is boasting or putting on a show, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone they provide are all of high quality. Jiang Pingji and Su Cook picked a quiet room and sat opposite each other. The tea stove was already emitting a fragrance. The room was clean and tidy. There were paintings of high quality hanging on the wall, and most of the people who signed them were of high status. This alone is enough to attract many talented scholars. Although Jiang Pingji used bamboo paper to practice calligraphy, it seemed that it was a common thing, but in fact, in Suka's words, his Lang Jun did not practice calligraphy on bamboo paper, but on pieces of golden paper, pure gold. Due to the limited production, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. The price of bamboo paper in the outside world was not something that ordinary poor families could afford. Even if it was a noble family, only those with high status and excellent academic performance were qualified to use it. Suko had been in the Lu's house for many years, so he had naturally been influenced by what he saw and heard. The ink provided by the tea house was the best Meng ink from Zhangzhou. The brush used was also an extremely expensive brush. As for the paper, Hejin bamboo paper was famous in the 9 prefectures, and its price was as high as its reputation. As for the inkstone, it was still the best of the best. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were gathered together. How could ordinary people provide them? Let alone a tea house. I wonder who's behind this tea house. If it was in the past, Suko would definitely be attracted by this kind of extravagance. Bamboo paper was the dream of many scholars, but now, his monthly allowance was an entire knife of bamboo paper, so he didn't care about this. This tea house doesn't look like a place for drinking tea. Let's not talk about other things, just the value of that brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. At this point, Su Cook shook his head. How was this drinking tea at a small price? It was clearly drinking gold and silver. That's why I said that the rich man behind them either has a hole in his brain, or he's rich and overbearing, or he's ambitious. Jiang Pingji smiled as she concocted a cup of tea for herself. After drinking it for so many years, she was used to adding various spices to her tea. Xiaoyu, what do you think it is? Su Ke said, Lang Jun, you've underestimated me with this question. No matter how the times change, the nature of the merchants in the world will never change. All the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit, and all the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. Since they were willing to put in so much effort and invest so much money, they naturally had something in mind, and it was something big. It's just that I don't know which royal relative this owner is. If he wasn't a royal relative or an important minister, who had the qualifications to open a tea house in the best area of Shangjing? Even if he was qualified to open a tea house, the number of people who had the financial resources to keep the tea house running could be counted on one's fingers. After a while, the two of them thought of the same goal. They looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Pingji said, "I took a look at the hall downstairs just now. Some of the paintings and calligraphy works hanging on the ceiling have a prominent background, while others are unknown or have the advantage of having a surname based on their ancestors' reputation." The few types of people that Jiang Pingji mentioned were nothing more than two types, the aristocratic families and the commoners. The proportion of the former was not large, while the proportion of the latter was quite high. The aristocratic families relied on their fathers and ancestors, and they could easily rise to the top. Even if they were lonely, they would still be respected and admired by the people. Most of them came to the tea house to have fun and relax. Even if they left their brush and ink, it was only on a whim. The commoners were different. There were too few opportunities for them to stand out, and the tea house provided a rather good platform. Even if they could not make a name for themselves, leaving behind their best brush and ink to compete with others would make them feel happy. Jiang Pingji took a look around and vaguely discovered the plan behind the tea house. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Prince Changshu," Su Ku said calmly. "I guess it's him too." When the assessment was near, he invited all the scholars to participate in the poetry gathering. He also generously lent the hot spring house under his name to entertain the scholars for free. His intention to rope them in was obvious. Jiang Pingji snorted. His fief, Jiangzhou, is rich in resources and the people are rich. The aristocratic families that support him are also rich. Spending some money to build a small tea house is just a drop in the bucket for him. The tea house gave the vast number of scholars a fair platform to display their talents. Regardless of whether they were from an aristocratic family or a commoner, they could enjoy the brush, ink, paper, and inkstones here. No matter what kind of schemes they had in mind, at the very least, he had indeed provided them with tangible benefits. Even if he couldn't get a student with astonishing talent and potential, he had still earned a good impression from the young scholars. If his luck was off the charts and he managed to get one of them, then he would have made a huge profit. In the current era where communication technology was extremely backward, a strategist who could determine the outcome of a battle was comparable to thousands of troops and horses. No one was a fool. Prince Changshu was naturally willing to do such a profitable business. Of course, that was what Jiang Pingji and Su Ku could see. As for whether other ordinary people could see it, it was unknown. When the servant girl brought the tea ingredients over, Jiang Pingji asked nonchalantly. The tea house was indeed a property under Prince Changshu's name. Seeing that, she could only secretly shake her head. Prince Changshu's ambition was so obvious. The one in Shangyang Palace was still living a befuddled life, wishing that he could die in a pile of women. The difference between brothers was so obvious. They must not have been born from the same womb. Jiang Pingji took a sip of tea. The taste was memorable. It's really good tea. I hope the tea is not expensive. Otherwise, I can only pawn you here and find a chance to escape. While drinking, she suddenly sighed with emotion. Su Ku almost choked on the tea in his mouth. She was about to tease Su Ku, but the tip of her ear twitched. She hurriedly put down the teacup and signaled Su Ku to stop coughing with her eyes. He could only cover his mouth with difficulty. He choked until the corners of his eyes turned red and there were pitiful physiological tears. What's wrong? After a long while, he recovered and asked Jiang Pingji what happened. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "There's movement next door." Chapter 349. He was even more convinced that it was not trouble that came to his Lang Jun, but that he was a troublemaker. He thought about it and left his original position. He moved to the corner of the room with the sofa in his hand and continued to sit there. Jiang Pingji was speechless. She lowered her voice and asked, "Why did you drag the sofa here?" Su Ku rolled his eyes and said, "It's comfortable." The two of them were speechless. They did not expect each other to be such a person. They must have been blind before. How could Su Ku's hearing be as good as Jiang Pingji's? He could only stick his ear to the wall and the sound on the other side gradually became clearer. Although a gentleman should not listen to indecent things, Su Ku was not a gentleman in the strict sense. His Lang Jun was openly eavesdropping. Why should he be reserved? The noise in the tea house was very good. If he did not deliberately raise his voice, the two private rooms on the other side would not be able to hear anything at all. When the sound became clear, Su Ku heard a series of ear-scratching noises and some flapping sounds. Su Ku was speechless. If it was before the wedding, he might have been confused for a while. But he was a new driver with a driver's license, so he suddenly saw the light. So, there were two demons fighting in the opposite private room, and they were leaning against the wall. Su Ku's face alternated between red and green, white and black. It was as colorful as a palette that had been overturned. He looked at his Lang Jun strangely. She looked a little interested and raised her eyebrows. It was obvious that she was listening to him with great interest. Su Ku lowered his voice and said, "Don't listen to indecent things." Jiang Pingji's expression said it all. This guy knew what was going on next door. He was not ignorant. "Don't be noisy. Don't disturb me." Jiang Pingji just waved her hand and slapped Su Ku's hand away. Poor Su Ku. He was distressed by the audience in the streaming room again. His fans even formed a group to send him flowers and gifts. Yualuo Wudi, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Tudo Xiongnu, I laughed so hard that I spat out the biscuit in my mouth. The streamer is really tireless. I feel that Su Ku is so angry that he has lost a few years of his life. I hope the King of Hell will feel sorry for him and extend his life. Liu Siji Lianming, bringing my subordinates to listen to the sex next door. Streamer, you're the best at messing with your master. I'm impressed. In Yuaja Zhuge Qinmo, this group of people only knows how to ha ha ha. I feel like this scene is very familiar. Deja vu. The audience was dumbfounded. Was there a similar scene? Although the live broadcast room's upper limit had been increased to 150,000 viewers, it did not reduce the difficulty of grabbing a spot. Apart from those who were ridiculed as holdouts living in the signal station, it was very difficult for others to get a spot in the live broadcast room. Who knew what the host's daily routine had been like in the past few years? Wasn't it strange for her to suddenly say something like déjà vu? However, there were many talented people in the live stream room, so there were indeed people who knew about it. Liu Siji Lianming, oh, I remember. The streamer met the princess of the northern borderline and Wuma Jun TSK. I still have the recording of that time. Not to mention anything else, the northern borderline princess's voice was indeed professional. In Yueja Zhuge Qinmo, correct. However, Jiang Pingji was the only one listening at that time. Now, there was a new driver who had just gotten his driver's license, Su Ku. Jiang Pingji relied on her excellent hearing to hear the movements and conversations next door, but the audience in the live broadcast room did not need to. As long as they turned up the volume, they could easily hear the moaning and panting sounds of cats scratching people, as well as the indescribable slapping sounds. Su Ku felt very awkward when he saw that. He could not sit still. Jiang Pingji saw him like that and glared at him. She asked in a low voice, "Is there a worm on the cushion you're sitting on? Don't move around and listen carefully." Su Ku suddenly felt that his worldview was shattered again. Jiang Pingji said again, "The person opposite is an old acquaintance." She gestured forward and made a gesture of the north. Suku understood and his eyes widened. He did not care about anything else and continued to listen to the movements opposite. The two of them were lucky. The person opposite had messed around a few times before. At that moment, the clouds had dispersed and the rain had stopped. Fourth Lang is really ruthless. Princess Anyina's face was flushed. Her jade-like body had long matured and was curvaceous in all the right places. There were some thin sweat and ambiguous traces on her skin. It was not difficult to guess how intense the battle was just now. You're about to marry your lovely bride, but I didn't expect you to have the time to have a rendezvous with me here. Don't you think that doing this is very painful for the fourth princess consort? Wuma Jun hugged Princess Anyina, his second sister-in-law, who was leaning toward him. With his other hand, he grabbed her slender fingers that were poking his chest. He brought them close to his lips and took a whiff. He sneered and said, I only married her to rope in the magistrate of Chongzhou. She's just a decoration. How can she be compared to you? You're my sweetheart, my lifeblood. She's just a commodity that's not even qualified to warm my bed. Why? Are you jealous? Anyina panted and calmed the passion that had yet to subside in her body. She raised her hand to straighten her clothes and tucked her hair behind her ears. She said, You're really fickle. She's your wife after all. You're still my second sister-in-law. In other words, if he was not a fickle person, how could he have touched his second brother's wife and maintained a relationship with her in private for a few years? But Anyina is the most special. I don't care how fickle I am to outsiders, but you're the wife I've acknowledged. You're the other half of my bloodline. You'll share the world with me in the future. Wuma Jun looked a little gloomy. No one wanted his woman to be another man's legitimate wife. As for the daughter of the Liu family's mistress, you can do whatever you want with her in the future. Anyina raised her eyebrows and leaned in his arms. She asked, Can I be a human swine? He had already guessed the identities of the two people next door from their conversation. He could not help but secretly glance at Jiang Pingji. However, his Lang Jun was not angry. Even her expression did not change. She was extremely cold. A human swine. Ha ha ha. Wuma Jun suddenly laughed. The laughter that came from his throat sounded very mellow. Not to mention a human swine. Even if you want to throw her into a basin, tie her up, and roast her. Anything is fine as long as you like it. You're so vicious. Princess Anyina chuckled. You're vicious too. The husband follows the wife. Of course, I want to be vicious too. After he finished speaking, Wuma Jun put his hand into her loose collar. The two of them were about to roll into a ball again. Stop it. You're not serious. Every time you see me, you're always thinking about such things. Princess Anyina pushed him away coquettishly. She got up and tidied up her clothes. Although it's quiet and safe here, I can't guarantee that I won't expose myself. Your second brother has been watching me carefully. Don't go overboard. Wuma Jun's face darkened when he heard her mention his second brother. Don't worry. This is my uncle's place. Don't you know best whether it's safe or not? Prince Changshu was also aware of the matter between Wuma Jun and Princess Anyina. Not only did he know, but he also provided a good place for them to meet. Why are you so stupid? How can your Uncle Wang believe everything? Princess Anyina pouted coquettishly and rolled her eyes at him. Wuma Jun was not angry. Instead, he was a little restless. The evil fire that he had just suppressed rushed up again. Aren't you afraid that he'll spill the beans? What's there to be afraid of? Wuma Jun sneered. We're in the same boat anyway. He won't have a good time if we're fooling around. Although that was what he said, Princess Anyina did not have that intention. Wuma Jun would not force himself on her. The two of them flirted for a while, then they packed their clothes and washed their bodies in the dark room at the side of the private room. Chapter 350. Princess and Yaina had changed into a new set of clothes. The new set of clothes was exactly the same as the one that Wuma Jun had torn just now. She left the residence in the name of praying for a child. If she returned in a different set of clothes, her stupid husband would be suspicious no matter how stupid he was. And Yaina had always been meticulous. She could handle it perfectly even if there were a few servants around her, let alone such a small detail. Every time she came out to meet Wuma Jun, she would ask her trusted maidservant to bring 2 more sets of clothes that were exactly the same as a backup. Wuma Jun's eyes lingered on her beautiful body. He was restless as he watched her put on her clothes one by one. If it were not for the fact that it was a little late, he really wanted to fool around with Yaina. Apart from other things, this woman was very open on the couch. She had too many tricks for him to take in. As long as they could please each other's bodies, the two of them had tried almost all kinds of sexual methods. To be honest, the courtesans in the brothels were not as bold and skillful as Princess and Yaina. He had been entangled with Yaina for a long time and pretended to be courteous with her. Apart from the fact that they were in the imperial court, her body was indeed very attractive. Wuma Jun had already entered the imperial court to participate in politics. The position of the concubine was still vacant in the backyard. He did not have any concubines, nor did he have any official concubines. However, those women were too reserved and boring. He felt like he was playing with a piece of wood when he was having sex with them. "Haven't you seen enough just now?" Princess and Yaina glanced at him flirtatiously. She was like a cat gently scratching the most itchy piece of meat. She was not satisfied at all. "Of course not. I can't wait to die of exhaustion on you," Wuma Jun answered naturally. "Damn you. You're not serious at all." Princess and Yaina pouted coquettishly. She put on the veil next to her and said, "It's getting late. I should go back. If I go back late, your second brother will definitely be angry. It won't be so easy for me to leave the residence." Wuma Jun was annoyed. He really did not want to hear about his second brother from Yaina. "Tisk, even if you go back early, can he give you a child as a natural eunuch?" Wuma Jun sneered coldly. Although his second brother was not a eunuch and could use that thing, he could not impregnate a woman. Wuma Jun heard the news from Yaina. He was very shocked when he heard it. Later on, he sent people to investigate secretly. He even found the old palace maids and female officials who had been released from the palace many years ago. After a lot of effort, he finally confirmed that what Yaina said was true. His second brother was indeed a natural eunuch who was unable to impregnate a woman. This unmentionable illness was not innate. Instead, his second brother had been harmed by a woman in the harem when he was young. Later on, when it was discovered, it was already too late to save him. That job could be used, but it could not make people pregnant. How was that different from being a eunuch? Princess and Yaina smiled coquettishly. "He can't make me pregnant, so I'm here to pray for a child." As she spoke, she gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, as if this place was really nurturing a life. Wuma Jun secretly spat. A woman's heart was the most vicious. However, he said, "It's not easy to pray for a child. Second sister-in-law, you have to come more often." It was ironic that Yaina knew that her husband could not impregnate her. They had been married for a few years and had no children, but she still pretended not to know. She took the blame for the second prince's infertility. She repeatedly went out in the name of praying for a child, but in fact, she was meeting with a few lovers. TSK. In a sense, it was true that she was praying for a child. However, she was not praying for a child giving guanine, but for other men. Jiang Pingji heard it and said with emotion, "Poor second prince. There must be an entire Hulumber grassland on his head, right?" Su Ku was also eavesdropping. However, because Yaina and Wuma Jun had already packed up and were a little far away from the corner, it was difficult for him to listen. Hulumber grassland. Where is this place? He had never heard of this place among the 5 kingdoms and 9 prefectures in the world. It doesn't matter where it is. What's important is that the grassland is green. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms in front of her chest and chuckled softly. She looked rather happy. Su Ku's expression subtly stiffened. Leng Juan's witty remarks are really hard to refute. Rather than saying that she was witty, it was better to say that she was very sarcastic. Leng Juan, are you really not angry? Su Ku did not understand. He knew that the relationship between his Lang Jun and the second Nyangzi was not good. They did not seem like a family at all, but they were half-siblings. Wuma Jun, her future brother-in-law, should be angry at her for messing around like that, right? The wedding was imminent, but the bridegroom, Wuma Jun, was fooling around outside and seducing a married woman. It was immoral and unethical. Why would I be angry? Jiang Pingji sneered. Wuma Jun is just a clown. My stepsister is ambitious, but her life is as fragile as a piece of paper. If the two of them are more obedient, they can live together for the rest of their lives even if they don't get along on the surface. If they play tricks together, they are a match made in heaven. Su Ku did not speak after hearing that. As a subordinate, it was indeed inappropriate for him to meddle in his Langjuan's family affairs. Su Ku was still in a daze after listening to the conversation. He did not expect Wuma Jun to be involved with Princess Yaina. He had heard the gossip about the two of them from Jiang Pingji back then, but he did not expect to hear it live again after so many years. The tea is getting cold. Drink it. Jiang Pingji returned to the tea table. She looked as usual, as if the erotic activity next door did not affect her at all. In fact, that was indeed the case. For Jiang Pingji, whose spiritual pursuit was extremely harsh and could even be regarded as a tortoise's hair, Wuma Jun and Princess Yaina's secret rendezvous, no matter whether it was low or high-pitched moans, sounded like the snorting of a boar or a sow. It did not evoke any desire. Su Ku could not do that. He was a novice driver who had just gotten his driver's license. He had just divorced his wife after a few days of marriage. He could not afford to be seduced. He secretly adjusted his breathing, suppressed the restlessness, and returned to a calm and untainted state. In the tea room, the two of them sat opposite each other and drank tea. They talked about some things in Shangjing in a low voice. On the other side, Princess Yaina was not so calm. She had originally planned to leave with the curtain on, but as soon as she walked out of the tea room and turned a corner, she saw a maid enter the tea room next door. Obviously, there were customers in the tea room. Did the customers in the tea room hear her and Wuma Jun's tryst? If they did, how much did they hear? For a moment, countless complicated thoughts flashed through her mind. The dormant devil was ready to make a move again. Her intention to kill gradually rose. You, come here. When the maid came out, Yaina stood in the corner and beckoned her to come over. The maid saw that Princess Yaina was wearing a heavy curtain. Her entire face was covered, but she was dressed in luxurious clothes. She did not dare to offend her. She quickly stepped forward to bow and asked in a low voice, "What can I do for you?" "There are customers in this tea room." Yaina asked. She gradually became restless. She still wanted to make use of Wuma Jun and her unlucky husband. The plan had been deployed. She did not want anything to go wrong at the critical moment. The maid did not know the inside story. She replied softly, "Yes, there are." Chapter 351. And Yaina secretly clenched her fists when she heard that. Wuma Jun, who was in the tea room, calculated the time. He felt that Yaina had already left, so he got up and went out. However, he did not expect her to be talking to a maid at the door of the tea room. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this woman could not leave him. There's someone next door. And Yaina did not explain further. Her tone was very cold. I don't know where he came from. Wuma Jun immediately tensed up when he heard that. He immediately felt a burst of anger. He was so angry that he almost choked. You have no rules. Doesn't the manager of the tea house know that today is a special day and this tea house doesn't receive guests? As he spoke, he felt a sense of guilt and fear. It was true that he and Yaina had a secret rendezvous, but he did not want this matter to be exposed. The Dongqing royal family was very chaotic. It was common for one to sleep with his father's concubine, not to mention snatching his brother's sister-in-law, bullying the minister's wives, and even sleeping with his father's concubine. However, these were done by the elders. Wuma Jun wanted the throne and the ambition to unify the 9 states. He had to maintain a good image in public. If it was revealed that he had an affair with his second sister-in-law for many years and made his second brother a cuckold, he would be courting death. Wuma Jun had gone through a lot of hardships to get rid of the title of an unfavored prince. He gradually entered the emperor's line of sight, entered the court to work, and accumulated his own connections. He had a very good image in public. He was polite, gentle, and modest. He had accumulated a lot of resources and had his own followers. In a few days, he was going to marry the daughter of Lu Prefecture's magistrate, Lu Shi. He would have a powerful family of in-laws. He could not fail at the last step. He could only be a prince of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He could not be an animal who had an affair with his second sister-in-law. In the past, when he and Yaina had a secret rendezvous, the tea room next door would be empty and not receive guests. It had been like that for a few years. That was why Wuma Jun was so unguarded. He never expected such a big mistake to happen today. His vision faintly darkened and he almost lost his footing. In the face of Wuma Jun's reprimand, the maid knelt on the ground and shivered. Even her molars were chattering. Find out who is in this room first. If it's not important, make a decision early to avoid any unforeseen events. Princess Yaina was extremely calm. She whispered in Wuma Jun's ear. Her usually pleasant voice carried a chilling murderous intent. Wuma Jun's muddled mind cleared up a little, and he immediately agreed to the suggestion. Between himself and others, he would naturally choose himself. Whoever stood in his path to success would be the one to die. Thinking of this, a ferocious killing intent flashed across his face. And Yaina sneered secretly when she saw that. Dongqing was nothing more than a country of etiquette. From top to bottom, they were all beasts wearing delicate clothes. I know, Wuma Jun replied coldly. In the tea room, Yaina's movements did not escape Jiang Pingji's ears. She did not ignore the malice and murderous aura coming from her. Jiang Pingji picked up the teacup and took a sip, then stood up gracefully. That posture was extremely leisurely, and anyone who saw it would exclaim in admiration. Let's go and welcome the guest outside. Su Ke put down the teacup and furrowed his brows. He knew that the visitor was not friendly. However, they refused to admit it. What else could Wuma Jun do? Could it be that this person had the courage to kill his Lang Jun? Outside the house, Wuma Jun had just come up with a few schemes in his mind. He was thinking about how to deal with the person quietly. All of a sudden, the door was opened from the inside. Xiaoyu, you'd better bring enough money with you. Otherwise, I'll really have to pawn you here today. As soon as the door was opened, a clear voice became clearer. Wuma Jun and Princess and Yaina subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Two young men walked out one after the other. The one in front was tall and handsome, while the one behind deliberately lagged behind by 3 steps. He was a head taller than the one in front, and his expression was cold and hard, and his lips were thin. The strange thing was that the young man, who was wearing a green Confucian robe, had a stack of gauze covering the right side of his face near his ear. He looked weird. Wuma Jun's killing intent surged in his heart, but when he saw Jiang Pingji's face clearly, he suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. At that moment, Jiang Pingji, coincidentally, saw him. Her eyes lit up, and she walked toward him. "Xingse. Is that you?" The young man's voice was a little uncertain. When he got closer, it all turned into joy. Su Could secretly laughed behind him. Lang Jun had good acting skills. Wuma Jun resisted the urge to break into a run. He braced himself and cupped his hands at Jiang Pingji. "Lanting. Hey, you're treating me like an outsider if you just call me Lanting. You'll be my brother-in-law in a few days. We're family. You don't have to be so polite." Jiang Pingji smiled. There was not a trace of gloom on her face. Her eyes were bright, and her breathing and expression were 100% on point. Even if she was putting on a show, even if she was lying with her eyes open, she could still make the most perfect response. When Princess and Yaina heard their conversation, her beautiful eyes darkened. She guessed Jiang Pingji's identity in her heart and felt that it was rather tricky. Wuma Jun was the brother of the princess's wife and the second legitimate son of Lu Shi. His identity could not be touched. Since he could not be touched, he would sound her out to see if she had heard anything that she should not have in the tea room. Obviously, Wuma Jun thought so too. "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony and call you brother-in-law." Wuma Jun smiled and chatted with Jiang Pingji, as if they were very close. When they were almost done chatting and the atmosphere was heated up, he pretended to inadvertently change the topic to the tea room. Jiang Pingji knew his intention, so she took the initiative to invite them into the tea room. She was not curious about Yaina's identity. It was as if she was just Wuma Jun's concubine. It was a normal reaction. Even the brother-in-law had no right to control his future brother-in-law's concubine, so he could only choose to ignore her. She asked the maid to clean up the tea table and serve new tea ingredients and tea sets. Wuma Jun asked, "Why did you come here to drink tea?" "To accompany Xiaoyu to buy things for his new wife." TSK. They're already married, but they're still so sweet." Jiang Pingji directly put all the blame on Su Ke with one sentence. Su Ke could not say anything about it. Wuma Jun had a low threshold for laughter. After hearing that, he clapped his hands and laughed, as if he was really amused. Jiang Pingji continued, "He's tall and strong, so he's not afraid of getting tired. My 2 thin legs can't take it. I saw that there's a tea room here, so I came up to rest. Speaking of which, this is a good place. It's obviously a busy city, but it's quiet after I came up. It's just a little deserted." Wuma Jun said, "That's not right. It's an elegant place. If it's filled with noise from the outside world, won't it spoil the atmosphere?" "That's true. If that's the case, it'll be inferior and appear vulgar." Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "After listening to your explanation, this tea room actually has some hidden interest in the city. However, I'm worried that the tea here is expensive, so I don't dare to come here often." Chapter 352. Wuma Jun felt that he had found out the information he wanted without batting an eyelid. His anxious heart was at ease, and his posture was more relaxed than before. Princess Yaina, who was silent, glanced at Jiang Pingji out of the corner of her eye. She happened to catch Jiang Pingji looking at her too. Is this Jing's beloved concubine? Jiang Pingji asked deliberately. She was dressed like a woman and looked very familiar to Wu Majun. Any normal person would have such doubts. Wu Majun hurriedly clarified, brother-in-law, you can't simply say that. If second brother hears it, he'll definitely be jealous. This is my second sister-in-law. She went out of the city to climb Guanyin Mountain during the day and asked for your mercy. This is my second sister-in-law. She went out of the city to climb Guanyin Mountain during the day, so I wanted to send her back. He did not further explain why he did not send her back to the second prince's residence, but to the tea house instead. Jiang Pingji came to a sudden realization. She said frankly and apologetically, "Oh, it's the second princess. I was rude just now. Please forgive me." And Yaina took the opportunity to secretly size up Jiang Pingji. She was completely at ease when she saw that there was indeed nothing unusual about her expression. It's okay. I can't blame Lang Jun for suspecting me just now. It was indeed my fault. And Yaina did not let Jiang Pingji apologize and salute. She smiled sweetly to smooth things over. I wonder if Lang Jun heard anything just now. And Yaina suddenly asked. She still had a smile on her face. She curled her fingers like an orchid and pretended to tuck her hair behind her ears. One could not see any panic or guilt from her posture. It was as if the question just now was normal, as if she was asking about the weather. Although she asked that, her mesmerizing eyes were secretly observing Jiang Pingji's reaction and expression. Jiang Pingji was experienced. How could she be tricked by such a simple trick? She frowned as if she was puzzled. Her dark eyes were filled with doubt. She asked, "What happened?" Upon seeing that, Yaina felt relieved. She quickly thought of a suitable excuse and said, "Lang Jun, you don't know. I was taking a nap in the next room just now and heard some rustling. I was too tired from praying to Guanyin during the day, so I couldn't open my eyes. After waiting for a while, when I woke up, I found that I had lost a valuable item. It must have been a thief." She smiled bitterly as she spoke, as if that thing was very important to her. A thief broke into the tea house? Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows and asked seriously, what did the second princess consort lose? If it's a personal item, once the thief spreads it, it may cause great damage to your reputation. You must catch him as soon as possible. And Yaina pursed her lips and revealed a bitter expression. Thank you for your concern, Lu Langjun. Perhaps the thief knew how powerful he was, so he didn't steal anything valuable. He only took a few money bags and lost some ordinary belongings. It's just that there's a handful of soil in the purse that I brought from my hometown. I always carry it with me to remind myself not to forget my roots. Now that it's been stolen by the thief, I'm in a panic. And Yaina left her hometown alone and married into Dongqing. No one could say that it was not good for her to carry her hometown with her. Jiang Pingji could not help but look moved. She sighed softly and said, the marriage of the second princess consort to Dongqing is the link between the two countries. However, it's hard to leave one's hometown. The noble act of carrying your hometown with you makes me feel ashamed. I would like to help you with this matter. However, Xiaoyu and I didn't hear anything unusual when we were drinking tea in this tea house. Should we ask the manservant in the hall? And Yaina knew how good the tea house was. Otherwise, she would not have chosen it to meet Wu Majun. Now that she had tried repeatedly and confirmed that Jiang Pingji and Xiaoyu really did not hear her secret, the doubts in their hearts naturally dissipated. She smiled and nodded, revealing a fragile, unworried look. If that's the case, I'd better not trouble you. I'll send someone to check it out later. If I can't get it back, I can only lament that it's God's will. I heard that your sister is about to marry into the royal family. She'll be a relative by then. You should visit her more often in the future. It's getting late now. I should go back to the residence so that my husband won't miss me. And Yaina deliberately mentioned her stepsister, Lu Huan, in the Lu residence. Jiang Pingji responded very tactfully. You're right, second princess consort. Jiang Pingji smiled embarrassedly and said humbly, my sister has been spoiled too much at home. She has a bad temper. Please take care of her after the wedding, second princess consort. If that's the case, I'll be very grateful. And Yaina chuckled and covered her lips with a handkerchief. She threw Jiang Pingji a moving look that seemed to be annoyed. Your sister's husband is here. He should be the one to take care of her. And Yaina stood up and pretended to leave. Wuma Jun blushed in cooperation. He played the role of a newbie driver who was about to get married vividly. In the background, Suku watched the three of them act together calmly. He looked down and acted like he was watching a show. In terms of acting skills, he only admired Jiang Pingji. And Yaina and Wuma Jun should not be underestimated either. That was true. They could hide from everyone's eyes and ears for a secret rendezvous. If they did not have some acting skills, they would have been exposed long ago. How could they be free and unfettered until now? Seeing that Yaina and Wuma Jun found an excuse to leave, Su Kut stood up with Jiang Pingji and prepared to send them off. However, God did not seem to care for Yaina and Wuma Jun. Their departure did not go smoothly. A maidservant stopped them with a slightly awkward expression and bowed deeply to them. What happened downstairs? Jiang Pingji played with the sandalwood fan in her hand. She opened it and closed it with a snap. She asked the maid indifferently, if you don't have an explanation and stop the four of us here, I'll settle the score with your boss. The maid heard that and cold sweat rolled down her back. She said in fear and trepidation, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. It's just that some unruly commoners are making trouble downstairs. I didn't want to offend you, so I took the liberty to stop you. Making trouble? Jiang Pingji smiled. I remember that this is a property under Prince Changshu's name. How dare someone make trouble here? As she spoke, there was a clatter downstairs. It seemed that something had been smashed. Jiang Pingji walked past the maid and went downstairs to join in the fun. Xiaoyu, protect the fourth prince and the second princess. Don't let the villains offend them. Before she left, she gave Su Ku an order. It was also that order that ruined Su Ku's and Xiaoyu's plan to leave through the back door. They could only bite the bullet and follow her downstairs. In the hall, the musicians who were plucking the strings and the dancers who were dancing had already pushed away in fear and hid at the side. There were two groups of people confronting each other at the place where they were supposed to be painting. They were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was tense. What happened? Jiang Pingji looked at the two groups of people and asked the manservant who was doing odd jobs on the first floor in a low voice. Chapter 353. Hearing Jiang Pingji's question, he composed himself and cupped his fists in fear. Lang Jun, if you have nothing to do, it's better not to get involved in this matter. When the gods fought, the mortals suffered. In Shangjing, there were two groups of people that could not be provoked. One was the relatives of the emperor, and the other was a group led by eunuchs. The two groups fought openly and covertly in the court. They were also at loggerheads in the court. Oh. I'm just asking what happened. What does it have to do with you whether we can afford to provoke them or not? Jiang Pingji was too lazy to lift her eyelids. Although the servant had good intentions, after thinking about it carefully, he was overbearing. She was just asking. It was her business whether they would cause trouble or not. It was also her business whether she was afraid of trouble. She did not need a third party to make decisions for her. The servant's face froze. He realized that his words were inappropriate and had angered Jiang Pingji. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. He cupped his fists and apologized. Lang Jun, please forgive me. It was my fault just now. Okay. Jiang Pingji responded. Her eyes drifted to the two groups of people in the middle of the hall. They seemed to be confronting and discussing. There were messy tea sets and the 4 treasures of the study lying at their feet. There were also tea tables and study tables that had fallen apart. It seemed like they were going to start a fight. The servant understood. He did not dare to act smart this time. He hurriedly explained, it's not a big deal. It's just that Secretary Huang's godson and General Fang's Lang Jun had a conflict because of the chief. They disagreed with the judgment and had a quarrel. That's why they started a fight. Secretary Huang. Jiang Pingji frowned. She understood the situation in Shangyang Palace. Secretary Huang should refer to the most useful eunuchs by the emperor's side. Among them, Secretary Huang served the emperor and was valued by the emperor. He had a great say in the group of eunuchs. He was the one who sold positions and titles the most. Although Secretary Huang was a rootless eunuch and was destined to have no bloodline to inherit, he could recognize a godson and continue the family line. The so-called godson was naturally the child of Secretary Huang's adopted godson. He called Secretary Huang grandfather. As for General Fang, it should refer to the emperor's mother's family. General Fang was the emperor's mother's younger brother. His family was favored. More importantly, the emperor's first wife was also from the Fang family. Including the one conferred posthumously by the emperor, the Fang family had already produced 2 empresses. For a time, they were extremely wealthy. In order to keep the aristocratic families in check and balance, the emperor took back the power in the hands of the aristocratic families and made great efforts to rope in Qi's maternal family. These 2 groups of people are fighting because of the leader. Jiang Pengji asked. Yes. The manservant nodded awkwardly. The main mission of the tea house was to attract and discover talented people. They would often take out prizes to attract scholars to gather here and paint. Then, from all the works, the best would be chosen as the champion. The treasured works could also be hung in the tea house for guests to admire and promote their literary reputation. True scholars from noble families disdained this method of spreading their fame, but ordinary commoners valued it very much. In addition, the owner of this tea house was Prince Changsho, who had real power. Naturally, the tea house's business was not bad. Even though the descendants of eunuchs were wealthy, they were still looked down upon by others. They also needed a reputation to gild themselves. To put it bluntly, they were nouveau riche. They had no foundation and could not lift their heads in front of the aristocratic families. Secretary Huang's godson was 18 years old. He was very good-looking and looked like a scenery when he stood there. However, he had the title of descendant of eunuchs in his head. He had always been despised by the gentry families. The gentry families with a foundation could not hang out with him. He also knew what he lacked, so he worked hard to promote his literary reputation. He could not change his background and could not decide his starting point. He had to work harder the day after tomorrow. As for General Fang's son, he was a playboy. His height and width were almost the same. God knew how many masters he had hired, but after a few years, he still could not teach much. He usually did not listen to classes and did not work hard. He only knew how to fool around in the inner court and spoiled many girls. However, he thought highly of himself and felt that his talent had surpassed the sky. He was very indignant that his first place had been taken away by others. Because of this, the 2 groups of people confronted each other. General Fang's son even instructed the manservant to fight. Bah, you're just a descendant of eunuchs. You can't just enjoy your old capital or inherit the family's unique skills. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself? General Fang's son raised his hand and wiped his face. His face was oily, making him look very greasy and fat. Family's unique skills. Wasn't this directly cursing people to be cleansed and become eunuchs? Vulgar. You can't win in a literary battle, so you want to take advantage of your power to bully others. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Secretary Huang's grandson was so angry that his face turned red. However, his figure was really not threatening in front of the fat man. Who said that I can't win in a literary battle? It's obvious that the referee was bribed by you and faked it in private. Bah, how can a person without a background write a good article? If you can recognize all the words, your ancestral grave will also emit smoke. The fat man seized on the title of descendant of eunuchs to refute him. The manservant beside him had already rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. If you don't believe me, you can ask around in Shangjing City. What kind of work does your old man surnamed Huang do now? Secretary Huang's grandson secretly clenched his fists. He didn't like the title of descendant of eunuchs, but he really treated Secretary Huang as his own grandfather. How could he tolerate outsiders humiliating him? Damn fat man, you really won't give up until you see the coffin. Do you really want to fight for real and fight for real? Come on, see if I won't beat you until you call me father. Whoever is afraid is a coward. Take off your clothes, lie on the ground, and bark like a dog. The fat man also clamored fearlessly. General Fang controlled the imperial guards in Shangjing City. To put it bluntly, he didn't need to care about anyone except the emperor and the princes of the royal family. Not to mention a small eunuch son, even if it was Secretary Huang himself, he didn't need to be afraid. The people of the two sides were burning with anger. It seemed that the battle would start at any moment. Clang! Clang! Naturally, they didn't need to fight with each other. They just handed it over to the manservant beside them. Fight! Fight with all your strength. Beat them until they piss their pants. If you don't teach them a good lesson, the grandson of a eunuch dares to mess around in Shangjing. What a **T. The fat man shouted while stepping on a table. His expression was ferocious and excited. Secretary Huang's grandson also hid behind the hatchet man. He saw an inkstone, directly grabbed it, and splashed the ink on the fat man. For a moment, the manservants of the two sides wrestled with each other and threw whatever they caught. The fat man was too fat and wasn't sensitive enough. Secretary Huang's grandson hid behind the people and sneakily attacked and threw the ink. The entire hall on the first floor was filled with screams and the sound of smashing. Some scholars couldn't stand it anymore and simply covered their faces and left. Some people hid at the side and watched the show. It was really a feast for the eyes. To put it simply, this was just a fight between two young men. Neither of them was convinced by the other. Chapter 354. In Yangquaixian, oh my god, the spectators were so surprised that they dropped the melons in their hands. After watching the host's live broadcast for a few years, this was the first time he had seen a group fight of such a scale. Moreover, the two parties involved in the fight were rich second generations with great status in ancient times. This feeling was indescribable. Liu Siji Lianming, TSK, to put it bluntly, they are just nouveau riche or local tycoons with no background. From this, it could be seen how the upbringing of the two families was like. If it were a landowning household with a solid foundation, even if they wanted nothing more than to stomp the other party to death, they would still be courteous on the surface. Linglong Mibaosuo, Propping my chin. Compared to a hypocritical battle of words, I still prefer this kind of momentum. Nuan bao bao tai, ha ha ha, I like it too. Just like what the host had said before, it was useless no matter how eloquent you were with your mouth. Once your opponent's ears were blocked, you wouldn't be able to affect him no matter how loud your opponent was. What was the use of only being good at talking? Even if he gave the other party a few scratches, why not hit him back for others to see? Therefore, if you can use your fists, you definitely can't use your mouth. Because of Jiang Pingji's influence, most of the audience in the streaming room had been infected with her temperament. Life and death are indifferent. If you're not satisfied, just fight. If you can use your fists, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Pingji raised her hand to protect Su Ke to prevent the thin scholar from getting involved in the melee. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the expressions of the passers-by around her. They all looked like they were here to watch the show. She was slightly moved. Let them fight and not find someone to separate them. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyelids and asked the servant coldly. The servant smiled bitterly as if he had drunk a large bowl of bitter gourd juice. His entire face was scrunched up. What are you talking about? The servant added in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although my master is Prince Changsho, the prince is busy every day. How would he have the time to care about these trivial matters? No matter if it's the grandson of Secretary Huang or the son of General Fong, they're both immovable Buddhas. Who dares to stop them? It was not a big deal to stop a fight, but they were afraid that both sides would think that the third party was a hindrance and beat up the person who tried to stop the fight first. At that time, it would truly be like suffering in silence, unable to voice out the bitterness. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Now, he could only hope that they would finish the fight as soon as possible so that the tea house could close early. As for the items that were broken or smashed, make a list and send it directly to their mansions. For the sake of the Buddha, the owner of the tea house was Prince Changsho. Secretary Huang and Army General Fong would also consider compensating them. After listening, Jiang Pingji coldly responded with an "oh" and did not comment further. A bunch of brats causing trouble. They're wrestling on the ground. There's no technique involved at all. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms in front of her chest and took a step back to avoid the delicate teacup that was about to hit her toes. She tilted her head and complained to Su Ke, "Who do you think will win?" Su Ke glanced at his Lang Jun and prayed that he would not cause any more trouble. He lowered his eyes and muttered, "It should be from Secretary Huang's family." Nowadays, the government relies more on eunuchs. The group of eunuchs was very powerful, and now they were also arrogant, like the sun at high noon. But in essence, everything they had came from the emperor's connivance. The selling of official positions and titles was also secretly approved by the emperor. They were closely attached to the emperor, and their life and death were decided by the emperor. If the emperor was still young, they would have great achievements. But the problem was that although the emperor was muddle-headed, he was blinded by greed and attached great importance to power. The eunuchs were just dogs in the emperor's hands that were used to bite people. The group of relatives of the emperor was different. Although they were also the emperor's dogs, they had their own roots and had more autonomy than the eunuchs. The emperor also handed the imperial guards of Shangjing to the Fong family, which showed how much the emperor valued the Fong family, the group of relatives of the emperor. They also had a higher position in the emperor's heart. Whether it was the group of relatives of the emperor or the group of eunuchs, they were originally promoted by the emperor to deal with the aristocrats. Now that most of the aristocrats in Shangjing had retreated, there were also many high officials who had resigned. For example, the head of the secretariat, Feng Ren, had given the emperor a fatal illusion. What illusion? He mistakenly thought that he had taken back the power in the hands of the aristocratic families. He felt that he was no longer a puppet emperor who was constrained by others. Under such circumstances, the two dogs that he raised, the group of eunuchs and the group of relatives of the emperor, became a bit of an eyesore. The group of eunuchs could only rely on the emperor. In comparison, the group of relatives of the emperor was more troublesome. Jiang Pingji also guessed that they were from Secretary Huang's family, but the reason was not what Su Ku was worried about. The contest between the group of relatives of the emperor and the group of eunuchs was also real. If it was in the court, how could it be placed on a few juniors? The child of General Fang's family is too fat. Look at his figure. He can block half of the door of the tea house by himself. No matter how he moves, he is a huge target. Secretary Huang's grandson is clever. He has been hiding behind the manservant and shooting arrows from the back. He has great achievements. Who gave him the courage to compete with a long-distance fighter in terms of mobility? Su Ku was silent. He suddenly felt that his previous serious analysis had all been fed to the dogs. Jiang Pingji continued, however, when it comes to a group fight, one man can hold the pass against 10,000 people, or one man can drown people with too much saliva. Secretary Huang's young Lang Jun doesn't have enough fighters. If it continues to drag on, I'm afraid he will suffer losses. When Su Ku heard that, he secretly rolled his eyes. When it came to a group fight, he only admired his Lang Jun. As they talked, the situation became clearer and clearer. General Fang's son was very favored at home. Whenever he went out, he would bring 20 to 30 thugs with him. Just now, only half of them participated in the battle. The other half received the news that Lang Jun had been beaten and rushed in from outside. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched, but now, because of the number of people, the balance had tilted. Seeing that Secretary Huang's grandson was about to be caught and beaten up, the lad suddenly rolled backward and shouted regardless of his embarrassment. "Brother Ju, come and save me. Brother Ju." Jiang Pingji was already tired of watching. She didn't expect Secretary Huang's grandson to call for help at the last minute. She scanned her surroundings, wanting to find out who Brother Ju was. Fang Pengzi's side had already formed an overwhelming advantage. His super heavy body formed a shadow that forced Secretary Huang's grandson to the corner. "Bah! Call for help. Let's see who can help you, you bastard." Secretary Huang's grandson's face had already blossomed, and there were some green and purple bruises on it. He looked embarrassed, but his eyes were still stubborn. "Humph, I'll return those words to you. Don't be so scared that you'll wet your pants later." Fang Pengzi's heart was burning with anger. He raised his huge fist and wanted to hit someone. At that moment, a clear voice that sounded like a compass came from the crowd. "Wait! Who's messing with my business?" Fang Pengzi turned his head and looked fiercely at the source of the voice. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a young man who was about 15 or 16 years old standing in the corner. He wore a green Confucian robe, which made him look tall. Chapter 355. Hey, you're just a skinny kid. Do you want to stand up for this bastard? Fang Pengzi bared his teeth and waved his fist threateningly. The handsome young man with red lips and white teeth was not afraid at all. It was as if he did not see the huge fist. "Fight? I definitely can't beat you." Feng Ju only had a servant with him. Although he had learned horsemanship, archery, and swordsmanship, he could only defend himself. He was not lethal enough. But Fang Langjun is bullying me with numbers. Isn't it a bit too much? Pfft. If you can't beat me, get lost. Don't nag in front of me. Either you stand and watch him get beaten, or you come and get beaten up together. This is Shangjing. Who doesn't know my name? How dare a jealous scholar come and stir up trouble? Feng Zhu's eyebrows relaxed and he said leisurely, although I'm not Feng Langjuan's opponent, it doesn't mean that no one can subdue you. Feng Pengzi responded with an "oh" and said nastily, do you want to go home and beg for help? There's no need for that. Feng Zhu suddenly revealed an evil smile. It was as if a pure white drawing paper was dyed with a thick and colorful line. Feng Langjun, do you dare to bet with me? If you win, I won't care about Huang Langjuan's matter. If you lose, this matter will be written off. Feng Pengzi snorted. Although he had a fat pig's ears and no ink on his chest, it did not mean that he was really a pig. This bet doesn't benefit me at all. Feng Pengzi sized up Feng Zhu with a pair of sneaky eyes and then said nastily, why don't we change the bet? If you win, it'll be written off. If you lose, you'll spend a night with me. How about that? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Feng Zhu's eyes flickered and revealed a frightening murderous intent. Feng Pengzi was frightened. His legs turned to jelly under the gaze, but he still straightened his chest. Secretary Huang's grandson did not expect things to turn out this way. He hurriedly scolded Feng Pengzi. Shut up. You really dare to say anything. Brother Zhu is the third Langjun of the Feng family in Shangyang. Aren't you afraid of offending people? He deliberately emphasized the words third Langjun of the Feng family. When Jiang Pingji heard this, she secretly sized up Feng Zhu. She thought to herself, this is Feng Jin's third brother. Feng Zhu's attire looked simple, but the material of his clothes was exquisite. With one look, one could tell that he was either rich or noble. Feng Pengzi did not expect him to have such a powerful background. Although the head of the secretariat, Feng Ren, had retired long ago, the prestige of the Feng family in Dongqing was still unshakable. Feng Pengzi wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to show any fear on his face. Feng Zhu sneered and said, sure. Brother Zhu. Secretary Huang's grandson looked regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have dragged Feng Zhu into this quagmire. Feng Pengzi secretly cursed in his heart. Since Feng Zhu didn't give him a way out, then everyone was in a difficult position. What are we betting on? Feng Pengzi asked. Feng Zhu pointed at Jiang Pingji, who was watching the show from the side. Whoever can take away a personal item from this Langjun will be the winner. What do you think? Jiang Pingji was confused. The audience in the streaming room also reacted. He was trying to divert the trouble to someone else. Xylitol chewing gum, no way. Young Feng Jin's brother is so black-bellied and hateful. He actually framed the streamer. Linglong Mibaosuo, you're so naughty. The streamer is really unjustly implicated this time. Noodle House Lao Cg, why do I feel that this brother Zhu has already recognized the streamer's identity and wants to ask for help? Feng Jin knows the streamer. He must have told his brother about the streamer's terrifying combat power. He said that the streamer can fight 100 people alone. Everyone was confused by the content of the bet. Feng Pengzi was the first to react. He was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. Bah, you must know this person. This is cheating. Feng Zhu looked innocent and said, I don't know this Langjun. Jiang Pingji frowned unhappily. Her hands were a little itchy. She said, I don't know him either. Feng Pengzi smiled evilly. Since you don't know him, this bet is much easier. Kid, if you don't want to suffer for nothing, then take out a personal item. The more personal, the better. This young master will definitely win this bet. Surround him. The manservants obeyed and hurriedly surrounded Jiang Pingji, separating Feng Zhu at the same time. As long as Fong Pengzi got Jiang Pingji's personal item before Feng Zhu, he would win the bet. Jiang Pingji sneered and suddenly asked in a clear voice, "Feng Huayu, are all your brothers so naughty?" At that moment, a clear and mature voice of a young man came from the private room on the second floor. "My younger brother is naughty and mischievous. Please forgive him." As soon as the voice fell, a young man wearing a jade crown and a watercolored scholar's robe lifted the bead curtain of the private room and walked down the stairs. Looking closely, it was not Feng Huayu, whom they had not seen for a few years. The young man's appearance was magnificent. His facial features were slightly similar to the young man from before. When the two were put together, it was obvious that they were biological brothers. Even so, he shouldn't have made such a bet. If he had lost, how would it have ended? Jiang Pingji was puzzled. In her opinion, the upbringing of the Feng family could only produce a gentleman like Feng Jin. How could they have produced someone as rebellious as Feng Zhu? He was bold and willful. He even dared to agree to the terms of the bet. This kid had a good temper. With Jin watching over him, nothing will happen. After not seeing him for a few years, Feng Jin's impatience and immaturity had disappeared under the tempering of time. What was left was the smoothness and transparency of pearls and jade. He was like a pearl that had been dusted off. He shone brightly, warm and not dazzling. What about my reputation? Nothing would happen to him, but his reputation would be bad if it was spread out. Feng Jin's lips moved slightly. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. There's no need to worry when there are too many debts. Among the three brothers of the Feng family, only Feng Zhu was a freak. His rebellious temperament was unknown to whom he got it from. Jiang Pingji understood after hearing his words. Jiang Pingji and Feng Jin reminisced about the past. Fong Pengzi felt that he had been left out. He was unhappy and was about to throw a tantrum. Fong Pengzi stomped his feet and pointed his fat finger at Jiang Pingji. His expression was slightly ferocious. "Who cares who you are? Capture this kid and remove his clothes. Didn't you want a personal item? I'll take it all and make this bet lose for sure." Feng Jin looked at Fong Pengzi with pity. He was acting recklessly. Feng Zhu's eyes moved back and forth between his brother and Jiang Pingji. No one knew what he was thinking. Take good care of my accountant. If he loses even a strand of hair, Huayu, you can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Pingji threw the sandalwood fan in her hand into Feng Jin's arms and entrusted Su Ke to him. On the side, Princess and Yaina glanced at the handsome Feng brothers with coquettish eyes. They were a feast for the eyes and made one's fingers twitch. She wondered where Lu Shi came from. He actually knew so many young talents. Feng Jin smiled happily. Of course I'll ensure that Xiao Yu will be fine. The audience in the streaming room could not help but cover their eyes. The scene that followed was too bloody. They could not bear to look at it. He, have you thought it through? Fong Pengzi was still unaware of his imminent death. He thought that Jiang Pingji was afraid of trouble and wanted to take the initiative to admit defeat. Remove your clothes. Do you know who my father is? Jiang Pingji asked. Fong Pengzi was furious. I don't care who your father is. Yes, you don't have to care who my father is, but you have to know who I am. Chapter 356. You don't need to know who your father is, but you need to know who your father is. Hearing Jiang Pingji's declaration, Feng Zhu was stunned on the spot. A wanton evil smile appeared on his face. Second brother, is this the Lu Lanting that you always talk about? It's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. What a madman. Not to mention anything else, just this rebellious arrogance was quite to his liking. Feng Jin secretly caught a glimpse of his younger brother's infatuated expression. He couldn't help but raise his hand and tug on his sleeve, pulling him out of the battle circle. He didn't want his third brother to be innocently implicated. If he was beaten up by Jiang Pingji, he would have been beaten up for nothing. There would be no place for him to argue. As he spoke, Secretary Huang's grandson held his sore waist with one hand and covered his slapped face with the other as he limped towards Feng Ju. "Brother Ju, it's my fault this time. I've implicated you." "Hiss, this stinking fatty, it hurts a lot when he hits me." Secretary Huang's grandson grimaced in pain. In terms of nominal age, he was 2 years older than Feng Ju, but in terms of months, it was only 2 or 3 months a year. Probably because he often fell and rolled, he looked stronger than his peers, but his head was a little injured. Feng Ju secretly held back his laughter and revealed concern on his face. "It's fine. It's just that when Bogeo returns this time, I'm afraid he will be punished by the family law Ratan." When he heard the words family technique Ratan, his face, which looked as if a palette of colors had been overturned, became even more distorted, making him look even more abstract. "Alas. Don't talk about it. I'll definitely be beaten when I go back this time." Secretary Huang's grandson looked sullen, and his face was full of drama. When he was free, he secretly glanced at Feng Ju. Seeing that Feng Ju had no intention of distancing himself from him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, even if he hated others who humiliated him because he was the descendant of a eunuch, he could not deny his family background. It was also the source of his inferiority complex. It was not easy for him to meet a like-minded friend who came from a prestigious family. He really did not want to lose Feng Ju because of this. This is Huijia's good friend. Feng Jin did not care about the chaotic situation on the field, because he knew very well that those minions were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Feng Jin's younger brother was called Feng Ju. His courtesy name was Huijia. This generation of the Feng clan's descendants were mostly named with words related to jade. Hearing Feng Jin mention him, Secretary Huang's grandson quickly put away his playful expression and said seriously, "That's me." Feng Ju introduced, "Second brother, this is Huang Song, the classmate and good friend I've always mentioned. He's the disciple of the great scholar, Mr. Ji." Dongqing had a strong academic atmosphere, and there were many great scholars. Although the Mr. Ji that Feng Ju mentioned was not comparable to Master Yuanjing, he was still a very famous great scholar within the borders of Dongqing. Huang Song was able to use the title of the eunuch's descendant and become the disciple of a famous teacher. Obviously, he had some skills. Huang Song hurriedly said, "I don't deserve it. Second brother Feng can just call me Bogeo." Feng Jin smiled gently and nodded. "Then it would be impolite of me to refuse." Huang Song was very sensitive to the emotional changes of others. He immediately knew that Feng Jin was keeping a distance from him. He wasn't too upset about this. If others knew that he was Secretary Huang's adopted grandson, they would have covered their noses and walked away. Very few people were willing to have a normal conversation with him. Feng Jin's attitude was actually very good. He was so focused on recognizing people that he almost forgot that Jiang Pingji was still fighting with Fang Pangzi. Huang Song slapped his forehead with one hand and hurriedly turned to ask Feng Ju. "Brother Ju, should we call for help?" Feng Ju lowered his eyelids and pouted. "Does he look like he needs help?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Song also turned his head to look at the situation of the fight in the hall. He happened to see a huge black shadow fall at his feet. Huang Song was so scared that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He was still in shock. "Come. Now tell me, who's the father?" You're the father. You're the father. Fong Pengzi could still be arrogant at first, but as the servants died one by one and became paralyzed at his feet, his confidence became more and more fragile. He was like a snail that had its shell removed, revealing its tender body to be trampled on by others. He didn't feel the slightest sense of security. In an instant, he responded to whatever Jiang Pingji said with tears and snot flowing down his face. Jiang Pingji lifted her leg and kicked the servant who was blocking the way aside. She grabbed Fong Pengzi's collar with one hand and lifted him up with one hand while Huang Song's eyes almost popped out of his head. Say it again. My ears aren't good. I didn't hear it. Father, you're my father. Fong Pengzi was tall and sturdy, but it was all fat. He was shorter than Jiang Pingji by a head. Now that she lifted him up like a little chick, he was scared out of his wits. He shrank his neck like a quail and spoke incoherently. When Huang Song saw this, he was secretly speechless. He almost bit his tongue. He muttered in a low voice, "Oh my, that damn fatty weighs more than 2 dawn," but he actually lifted him up with one hand. This is simply innate divine strength. 1 dawn was equivalent to about 50 kilograms. 2 dawn was a full 200 kilograms, and this was just an estimated figure. Looking at Fong Pengzi's body size, he was at least 240 kilograms. His arms were thin, but he didn't expect his strength to be so great. Only then did he realize that Jiang Pingji had single-handedly defeated all the servants and fighters that Fong Pengzi had brought. Everyone had been beaten black and blue. Even though no one had died, looking at the degree of swelling, they would not be able to leave the house for the next 2 weeks and would not be able to see anyone. When he saw this, Huang Song's eyes revealed his appreciation for talent. He was eager to make friends with her. It's not a secret that Lang Jun was born with divine strength. Su Ke chuckled, as if the person who emitted the aura of a ruffian was not his Lang Jun. May I know where your Lang Jun's ancestral home is and where he lives? Huang Song asked with his hands cupped together. He was rather gentlemanly. My Lang Jun's ancestral home is in Hejin. He has lived here for a long time. His family is Lu, Su Ke said plainly. When Huang Song met his eyes, he faintly felt a sense of fear, as if his thoughts had been seen through. The magistrate of Chongzhou, Lu Shi, is Lang Jun's father. This background was not something that the descendants of eunuchs could covet. Su Ke added silently in his heart. Lu Shi's son, Lu Shi. Huang Song suddenly thought of something. Are you saying that he is the Lu Shi who was born with divine strength and chased the tiger across the ravine? Chased the tiger across the ravine. This was a term used to describe a fierce general in the previous dynasty. It meant that this person was incomparably fierce. Even a ferocious tiger would break into a run when it saw him. Although Jiang Pingji was also born with divine strength, her reputation was not prominent. Until she left Langyi, she gambled with someone and killed 2 tigers. She even brought the 2 tiger carcasses around the city and flaunted them around her opponent's house. She was so angry that she vomited blood. Her fierce reputation spread because of that. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.